It started out just like any other day, when my world crashed down and I was left without a word to say. It started out like a fever in the night, without warning. Now I've got no chance if I don't stand a fight. I've got no choice, I promise to survive. I've got nothing left to lose tonight. Heartbroken, face shaking, forsaken, cold and left to die. That's when I come alive. Heartbroken, face shaking, forsaken, cold and left to die. That's when I come started out like a spark burns into flames. When my soul caught fire, I knew that life would never be the same. I'll rise up from the ashes and the pain, and soon everyone will know my name. Heartbroken, face shaking, forsaken, cold and left to die. That's when I come alive. Heartbroken, face shaking, forsaken, cold and left to die. That's when I come
Well, I'm annoyed. You'll notice my color's off. Basically, everything's wrong right now. See if I can't do a little something here. Nope. 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 All right, let's see what defaults look like. So, all right, we're going to do this live. We're doing it live. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's fucking nuts in here right now. My key light is basically hard set to its brightest, its whitest white right now, and its brightest bright. So I'm having to adjust all sorts of stuff software-wise, but it will not adjust. So I've got a new one coming. I've got a fucking warranty request in with the manufacturer. It's a whole fucking thing, but right now I basically have a bright-ass fucking light. Oh yeah, Estrella, it's LED. It's completely customizable. Color temperature and brightness can be adjusted on my light. Except right now. What fun. Normally, it's actually pointed directly at me. Right now, it's shooting over there. And it would be on like 5% brightness, and it would have a much warmer tone to it. But right now, it's just hard set to its maximum settings because its control software is not seeing it. Just at all. Oh, I should say, actually, it sees it, but it refuses to actually add it. Uninstalled, reinstalled, fucking reset the light, the blinding light of capitalism. I've got a new one that'll be here by Thursday. That's the best I could do. That's the soonest I could do it. And there's no guarantee it's going to work. Because if it's something to do with the software configurations on the platform, that's a whole other ballgame. Let's see. Fucking come back here. Maybe it's a little less. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Oh, it's not. Yeah, and the arm isn't used to being extended that far. Oh, it's not conducive to. I don't like the shadowing it's doing, Mike. But I mean, you know me. You know my type. This is not what I want it to do, and it's not doing what I want it to do, and that makes me like I would be troubleshooting normally right about now. I'd have that fucker torn apart, but it's still under warranty. So you burn this precious. Yeah. There is the option we could do a game stream though. I know Kat mentioned that. I mean, if we want to do that, like if Karina's down, if Kat's down, if say like Caboose is down or Duffy is down, like we could do a Sea of Thieves stream and we could talk shit while we raid the high seas. We could do a zombie murder stream. Do I have something to throw over it? Not off the top of my head. Gaming right now, says Kat. What are you playing? I'm not looking at your account. Oh, let me get my knee brace off. BF4. Oh, jeez. Those Battlefield games are... I don't know. Mixed feelings. One brace. Oh, give me the green light and I'll hop off this bitch. All right. Let me see something really quickly. Hang on. Yeah, bear with the all right, full face. Where's my overlay? There we go. Copy. Paste a reference. All right. Lock it. Full face. Inception. Play Spec Ops: The Line. It'll kill any interest in sheets of. It'll kill any interest in Modern Warfare shooters. Hey, public. Yeah, fucking dude. This light annoys the ever-living fuck out of me at this setting. Kaiser, you know better than to ask for shit like that. Oh yeah, Karina. Like, you don't have to like do shit. All I was gonna say is, no, Jesus was more a communist than an anarchist. Yeah, like, you just join me in Discord. I'll stream our audio, and then I'll stream my side, I suppose, and we can talk shit the entire time. I'll need to move chat somewhere, for sure. Give me one sec. Mod. There we go. All right. Can I? Yeah, I was gonna say, can I pop out chat as a independent thing? Cool. I can. Second poem about being an activist. Good on you, Wither. Good on you. Okay. It's fine, Karina. Well, if you want to join us in voice anyway, Karina, that's fine. Stalin did a bunch of shit wrong. Oh, and in this mode, I get to see who, because I have the plugins installed, I get to see who has new accounts without even glancing. Hey, Mitre. Lighting is utterly fucked tonight. That's what I get for fucking actually having hard kit lighting, high-tech lighting kits. Yeah. It's a whole fucking thing, Mitre. Dude, the light is here. Fucking see how bright it is in here. Light's on full blast right now. I've got this adjusted in software settings, but oof. Like a crow room. Yeah, basically. I mean, this is not a like weak light. It's actually ridiculously powerful light. Yeah, you can sort of see the color. You know, I can see Twitch was messing with me. Hey, what a club. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. I don't know, if we can get a few people together for a multiplayer game, I'll fucking turn the camera off and go over to the multiplayer game. Until then, we'll see. Oh god. It's gonna be pun night, is it? See what this looks like. It's not too bad on the like mobile devices. I'm looking at the color. That's workable. On my monitor setup, though, it's a whole other ballgame. Oh. So, tell you what, let me minimize Twitch for the time being over there. Hide that. Upload that. All right. Let's try and get this shit show moving at least. I believe you were the one I replied to, right? Yes, that was you. Connection failed. Can't get IP address of light 5E74. Yes, I know. Fuck you, you control software. Fair enough, Estrella. Um, okay, so everybody knows what Neon is actually talking about. It was a lecture given to a sustainability forum by a guy by the name of Peter Zeihan. It was sponsored by Waste Management. I believe that's what the logo. Crystal, Crystal, you have no. It's basically like having a spotlight in your face. All right, it is ridiculous. Like if I even glance, it blinds me for a second. So I did theater. This is it's a little too close. It's a little too close. So I watched the video, Neon, and essentially the video is this guy he gives a series of opinions and positions that you can definitely wither. I've spoken about it at length. 2 classes of drama a day for 4 years plus a touring repertory company. I've done an inordinate amount of theater. Theater makeup stream 1. I never did my own makeup. There was a girl who she handled all of our makeup. She was very good at it. She did that. So Peter Zeihan does this video, and a bunch of his political positions are shining through. You can see some of his biases in the video, but a bunch of what he talks about, I've heard from other demographers before as well. When he starts talking about demographics and some of the ramifications of the demographical changes and the age pyramid charts and these sorts of things, Polymatters also did another video on this concerning China and the ramifications of demography in their nation. It's not the first time I've seen some of those numbers and some of those predictions. Oh yeah, Estrella, I can only imagine. It's ridiculous. But some of their results, those are interesting. And so the ramifications of, say, the American demography, the Chinese demography, and I think it was... who else did Polymatters cover? It was mainly China and the U.S., but there was somebody else they covered as well. No. That's Peter Zeihan. That he was talking about them. I'm talking about the Polymatters video that also recently did a demography breakdown of China, the U.S., and somebody else. So I've seen those. I've seen some of those numbers and some of those predictions before from other people, other demographers actually now. So it lends credence to some of those predictions. The Polymatters series on China is fascinating from a demography point of view. I recommend everybody go watch it. Part 4 recently came out. It actually does look like a lot of what we've been taught to expect as far as economic development on a global stage was not exactly accurate. And by taught to expect, I largely mean popular media and culture at large, not necessarily the academic fields, because the academic fields seem to have a different opinion on this. And let me, hang on, let me knock that down. Nice weather. It seems that China's going over a population cliff. It seems that a whole bunch of countries are. And if what Zeihan is talking about vis-a-vis the economic import-export ramifications of some of our relationships, especially that of old world NATO-style relationships versus new world, yeah, I know, right? Math. you need like 2.1, 2.2 something to replace for replacement value. 1 doesn't even get you replacement value. Like, you're going to fall off a cliff with that shit. Yeah. It is really interesting to see how some of this direction that especially like the neoliberal capitalists are going to head in. One of the most fascinating things, it was a throwaway line, but it stuck with me in that video, Neon. And that's when he had my attention. When he said, we need a new ism. I don't think that room full of like corporate types quite understood what he was saying when he said that. He was saying we need something other than capitalism. We need some direction to head. And he was really trying to couch it. He was really trying to like shield corporate capitalist America from that. And you could see he did a lot of tap dancing to get them sort of involved, or at least he was attempting to get them involved. And that really caught my attention when he said, we need a new ism. I want to check some of his numbers. And I really, if what he is predicting, which again, it's just one dude's presentation, but depending on where he's getting his information, where he's getting his numbers, and like I said, I do believe certain amount of what he said. There is a certain veracity. Yeah, it's in shared content. Let me get you. Let me find you the link. If Neon has it faster, then Neon, just throw it in Twitch chat if you have it. Otherwise, if I can beat you, I'll beat you to it. Done. Beat you to it. One, it's actually really kind of uplifting if you're an American in a weird way. It's really fascinating to watch and be like, hey, you know what? We're not actually as screwed as the rest of the world is. The next 20 years is going to look, the next 10, 8 now, is going to look really interesting. And the next 18 is going to look really interesting. If some of these predictions that demographers and economists and statisticians are actually starting to put out there are true, it's a really interesting look. I honestly, I would be willing to watch that. Lucy, no, not even. It's a fascinating look at. I mean, I'd be willing to watch this video on stream. And Estrella, we can buy our way out and we can desalinate certain amount. Economically, see, this is what we're talking about. We kind of even need to watch this one. It won't, Marcus. It won't. It really won't. I hate predictions, but I mean, think about that statement. If the African Union holds, it'll eclipse any power in the world. Just watch. Welcome, Champagne. We're having technical difficulties today with my lighting rig, so forgive my squinty nature, but welcome. It won't. That's an area of contention, and those that are in the resource run, which we aren't, by the way. If any of these numbers hold true, we're not really in the same camp as a lot of the world's nations right now. So yeah, that was I've watched it 2 or 3 times at this point. Agree or disagree. He's a very interesting speaker, buying his first book for summer reading list. Neon, I found it fascinating. The thing for me was I've heard this from elsewhere. If this were the first time I had heard some of what he was saying, I would be highly skeptical. It's not the first place I've heard that. the demographer stuff, the demography stuff concerning population statistics, stable economic factors, foundational foundational qualities of the economic system within the country, vis-a-vis like real estate reliance in China, and the stability of the energy resource system within America versus China versus Europe, sort of thing, is not the first place I've heard that either. So yeah, if I'd say if even 55% of that, yeah, exactly, Neon. Yeah, I've heard the German stuff as well. Yeah, the fact that Germany tried to do a solar project in a place where they had no business doing a solar project, and now they're relying on lignite coal, which is the worst version of coal to burn for energy, as the foundation for their energy production, is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of stuff in that video that I've come across before that led me down the more like, yeah, actually, the next 18 years is going to be really, really interesting. That's if any of these numbers hold true, if China's issues are actually true from what I've seen from other demographers, other statisticians, and from Peter Zehan's video. Yeah, Kat, no, that really is our number one issue. We've got the water supply to take care of ourselves. We've got the energy supply. We are energy independent now. That is a thing. We achieved energy independence. Like, we actually did it. We're reliant heavily upon natural gas, but we produce our own natural gas. So we're actually energy independent right now. Like, we could tell Saudi Arabia to kick rocks tomorrow and we'd be good. So there really is only a couple of issues facing down this country, and a lot of them are just internal. Like, they're primarily internal at this point. And so, I mean, yeah. And we're one of the largest consumption-based economies in the globe, and we can sustain it. And yeah, we've got decent trading partners as well. Like, we've actually got decent trading partners at present. It really was. Neon, it was a really good video, and I know there's going to be a bunch of lefties who hear some of his early rhetoric and immediately just check the fuck out. But if you stick in through the video, it was really fascinating. It was really fascinating. I was thankful. I mean, you saw, I was thankful that you posted it, because it went to reinforce that same rhetoric I've heard before. Hey, Sue. It's not the first time I've heard some of that rhetoric. It's not the first time I've seen some of those numbers. And to see them in another context from somebody across the aisle even, was fascinating, I think was the word I used. Yeah, Mike, we're stable in a lot of ways that matter. We need to fix some shit. Our healthcare, we don't have the most debt in the world. I mean, we're indebted as a people, but our nation state isn't carrying the most debt, as many would expect. China's above their head in debt at this point. It's ridiculous. So yeah, exactly, Neon. I knew that as soon as he said that stuff in the beginning, that a bunch of leftists would just sort of and ignore everything else that man had to say. But if you stick it out and listen to what he has to say, and you've been paying attention to other places and other sources as well along the way, then what he had to say was really fucking fascinating for an American, and really terrifying if I were anybody else. If I were any other nation on this planet and I watched that video, I would be scared shitless. Kat, he basically says, yeah, Trump was right in a couple of ways. George Herbert Walker Bush was probably the best guy for the job at the time. Like, right place, right time, right guy, right skill set for, you know, having run the State Department, having run the CIA, having, you know, been a vice president, and then sort of things. Like, he had this right skill set. He just didn't get the chance to do everything he needed to do from like a chuddish economic viewpoint. But yeah, he said basically those two things, and that sort of, the leftists would fucking lose their goddamn mind as a result. But when he gets into his bars, charts, and graphs, and numbers, and demographical predictions, you're like, yeah. I mean, this is, yeah. And like I said, I've heard it elsewhere. If you can't listen to a point of view, Mike, it's the left has a problem with that shit. As an Irish person, I was, but Daddy America will protect us as your unofficial 51st state. We do like you guys. Kat, it's look. I mean, if you guys want to watch it on stream, by all means, we can watch it on stream. You let me know if you want to watch this video. It's the accent. It is. It's the accent.
We didn't trade goods.
Oh, we've been talking about it since I was there at the 4-hour. I had a night show, and that was a late push for that story. So I caught it at the 4-hour mark, and we've talked about it since. Every time somebody brings it up, I hate to be that guy. It's far from the first like religiously run residential school that turned up a few hundred bodies of dead babies and children. We've got somebody from Ireland in chat right now that can for sure bring up that sort of stuff. The Catholics ran quite a few of those in Ireland where that happens. It's a tragedy every time it occurs, but it's a lot of that. But yeah, we talked about it, I think, on last Tuesday night when the story broke. And we've talked about it a few times since. Well, Estrella, that's actually what part of what the video is about. Killed Faith here. It did. Neon, I've seen a couple of documentaries on that, like how it actually for real had a metricable impact on the sort of belief within your nation. Yeah. All right, tell you what. Let's All right. All right, it's 44 minutes. Strap the fuck in. We may skip around. We may do what we got to do.
We traded ammo, and if you saw something you thought you needed, you went out and you took the damn thing. You confiscated it, you colonized it, you expanded into empire. And those empires fought over resources and markets and populations. Those fights brought us World War II, which took the entire system and crashed it. Now, at the end of that war, the Americans, the last men standing, pulled their allies together and said, we're going to try something new this time. Instead of everyone having a separate sequestered imperial system, everything's going to be pooled. The American Navy, the only one to survive the war, will patrol the global oceans for everyone.
Yeah, tell you what, we'll watch this video, and then afterwards we'll do a little discussion, and then if Kat and Rev, or whoever else, like if that's, I saw the 57 gigs, right? Is that, are you talking Sea of Thieves? Because I'm seeing basically a chore game with combat aspect and looting aspect to it. That seems like Sea of Thieves. So yeah, if we want to get that game going after we talk about the video, that sort of thing, then by all means, I'm down. Let me know.
So that anyone can go anywhere at any time, purchase any raw commodity, ship it home safely, metabolize it into a finished good, export it for hard currency. There's just one catch. You have to pick sides. We bribed up an alliance to fight the Cold War, and it gave us this map. The deep blue, that's our front and backyard. Those are the places we cared about
Probably
before
Sea
the
of
war.
Thieves, Swede.
The medium blue, those are the new allies in this new global order, the first global order. Orange are the other guys, we don't like to talk about them. And the light blue is the field of competition. Everything mattered, every day. The Americans could never deny battle because the credibility of the alliance network was at stake. And then one idle Tuesday, in the very definition of pent-up demand, the Germans had a party and it was all over. Americans didn't have a plan for the next day. We assumed that the only way that the Cold War would end was with nuclear annihilation. We hadn't thought about the next day, and so almost overnight, our view of the world changed. Now, there's a lot of gray up here, a lot of places that Americans just don't have a firm opinion on. And this is the environmental crisis as one slide. Because all of these places that we really don't care about are now part of the global commons. One of the outside effects of the global order is global trade, global transport, global energy markets. We allowed all of this to industrialize at the same time. And that put us exactly where we are right now. Now, the person who was in charge the day the wall fell was George Herbert Walker Bush, who from a foreign policy point of view...
Here's where all leftists check out of this lecture. I'm telling you, this is it. This is it right here. And I'm sympathetic towards the position he's making.
...is by far the best president this country's ever had. He certainly studied for the job. Vice president, ran the CIA, served in the House of Representatives, ambassador to China, ran the Office of Budget, had excellent first-name relationships with everyone on both sides of the American political aisle, got along great with all the world leaders who mattered. He was the right person in the right place at the right time with the right skill set. So of course we voted him out of office. And we started down the parade of morons.
No, Rev. No. Herbert Walker wasn't a... I mean, they brought Coke in. But yeah.
Bill Clinton, smartest dude to serve in the West Wing since Jefferson, but he had an attention deficit issue. He wasn't interested in foreign affairs, saw himself as a leader of national renewal. And when he realized that he had a foreign summit... I
mean, time to duck. Have you ever given a keynote? You script it to a large extent. You have your bullet points that you have to hit. You have filler conversation or filler banter that you use. But he's giving a keynote. You don't just get up and give a keynote and wing it.
Next day, he'd call up the State Department and CIA desk officers and have them come over to the West Wing, and he'd cram for the summit like he was back in college and studying for a test. He was a millennial before his time, if you will. And he'd hit it out of the park. He was just that good in small group settings. Relations would always soar for a day. Never any follow-up. W, let's call it what it was. Monochromatic foreign policy that dealt with one issue in one region. Everything else could hang. Obama had a really weird personality quirk for a world leader. He hates people. He hates having conversations. No American president went to Congress fewer times, met with his cabinet secretaries fewer times, met with his own party allies fewer times. Well, there is one exception. You guys remember William Harrison? He caught pneumonia during his inauguration speech, died on day 30. Obama beats him, but nobody else. Think of the brilliant, conscientious people who have served as diplomats in this country in the last 25 years.
This is really fascinating. Remember, this is actually an environmentalist conference, right? Like this is a sustainability forum. And he's going to talk about a bunch of stuff leading into what we have to do. Like what it's going to take, that sort of thing. There's a lot of warm up here. And the reason is his target audience, his target demographic. He is speaking to business owners and corporate types. This is not hippies. These are not lefty types. These are centrist to right-wing business corporate America types, right? This is his target demographic. And he is going to only accept for one exception, and it's a joke. He's going to stay in their lane. He's going to speak to them. And with the idea of, can I move them to a position? Can I get them to slide a direction slightly? I think he does a halfway decent job at it.
Madeleine Albright, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Hillary Clinton, John Kerry. These are some of the smartest people alive in Western civilization, some of the most conscientious. Well, I don't know if Hillary's conscientious, but she makes up for it by being smarter. But we've had a lack of leadership. We didn't leverage it. We have had the opportunity for the last generation to redesign the world however we want, and we passed it up. And just how making a bad decision can reverberate for decades, so can refusing to make a decision at all. The horror and the glory of Donald Trump is that at his core, he's right. The global order.
And there is his greatest sin. No leftist will listen to him after that. So many fucking lefties just check out when he says that. I promise. When he said those words, a shit ton of fucking leftists were like, I just ran from the room screaming. They won't listen to anything else he has to say. Well, here.
We created to fight. The global order we created to fight the Cold War no longer serves American strategic needs. It hasn't since the wall fell. But he's also wrong, because it was never designed to serve American economic needs. We subsidized the alliance fights the Soviets. That was the deal. We never invested our economy into that system, because if we had, it wouldn't have been a bribe. And so we're the least involved economy in the world. Last year, less than 8% of GDP came from exports. About half of that is within NAFTA. We can easily have a regional security and trade system without needing a global one, and that's exactly where we are headed. So
okay. America doesn't need globalism. Oh, yes. Exol. Yes. But we didn't do that. We didn't do that. That's his point. We didn't actually do that. We didn't invest our economies. Look at the numbers is the issue. We didn't actually do it. We talked about it. We give a lot of lip service to it. But the only investment we really did on a global scale is our military. We put military bases in every fucking corner of this globe. Militarily, we're secure. Militarily, we invested. That's what we did. We didn't actually involve our economy. We kept that distinct. And you can see that by the percentage of GDP, the percentage of imports, exports as GDP. Like, we're just like, yeah, we're good.
Question then becomes, if the United States is stepping back, if we're dropping the mantle of leadership, is there anyone else out there that can pick it up? Someone who can displace the United States as the global hegemon? Well, there's two things you need. First, you have to be able to provide global maritime security. 85% of global trade travels the ocean blue. Let's look at that. Now, on the right, you've got a traditional jump carrier, and on the left, you have a super carrier. On the deep blue sea...
Sweet, we'll get to the finance industry. We'll talk about them. He's literally like, we'll get there.
Without support from land-based assets, it takes 8 jump carriers to fight off a single super. There are 21 jump carriers in the world. The U.S. Navy operates 11 of those. There are 11 super carriers in the world. The U.S. Navy operates all of them. At current rates of global naval buildout, assuming the Americans never add a new weapons system.
I don't actually have Red Dead Redemption. I'm sorry, Saba.
The combined navies of the rest of the planet will roughly equal American naval firepower today in the year 2240. I don't lose a lot of sleep over this.
Okay, so what he has just done is assuage those like right-wing corporate brains that are constantly afraid of the like Russian or Chinese invasion, right? Given the current rate of militarization on the global scale, they will equal us at 2242. All right, like we're not in danger of a military attack. Asymmetric warfare, maybe. A terrorist attack now and then, sure. But as far as like the Chinese military fucking with us, they wouldn't dare. We'd wipe them off the map. And that's what he's doing, is assuaging those fears, that militarization that Americans have in the back of their minds or in the front of their minds in many instances. He's speaking directly to that and attempting to disable it and disengage it by saying, look, our military is the big dick on the block. You don't have to worry about it. It's not going to be like, it's going to be the big dick on the block for your children's children, right? Like there's just no way that this can be dismantled to a degree that anybody else would compete with it. So don't worry about that, guys.
By the way, the Chinese have two of these. One used to be a casino. The other one is a clone of the one that used to be a casino. Context. So there's no country, there's no coalition of countries that can displace the United States in our lifetime at a minimum. What's the second piece? Consumption. Because if people aren't buying the exports, it really doesn't matter, right? Let's look at that. This is a standard demographic profile. Children at the bottom, young adults, mature adults, retirees at the top.
I've
dudes on
seen
one
this
side,
stuff
women
before.
on the other side.
He's not the
Mortality
only one
builds
to
into
say
a
this.
pyramid. This is what we call a consumption-based system. Because whenever you've got a bulge in your population structure roughly below age 40, it's all about the spending. It's kids and college and cars, mortgages, pot, spend. But wow, in Arizona that worked. Fantastic. It didn't work in California. Anyway, when American business leaders and politicians look at a system like Mexico, we see the perfect partner. Two big reasons. Number one, young people are new at their jobs. They don't have a lot of experience. Their value added is relatively limited. Mexico is good at relatively low-end manufacturing and assembly. That's not what the US is known for. We do design, we do high-end. And so the propensity for interlocking trade and reinforcing supply chains is legion. Second, consumption. That's a lot of Mexicans that are upwardly mobile, that are consumption driven. They buy a lot of American exports. Last year, Mexico
Of course it's easier to exploit. All of you need to turn your lefty shit off. I'm telling you right now. I'm an fucking anarchist, and I'm telling you this. You need to turn the lefty brain off for a second and watch. Because there's going to be a bunch of stuff in it. This isn't speaking to us. This isn't speaking to you. But this is the ruling group speaking. Right? These are capitalists. These are fucking capitalists. Right? This is stuff that we disagree with, but if you argue that, yeah, sweet, he's speaking to the people that I work for. Exactly, sweet. Like, if you think that these people aren't fucking in charge, then you're delusional, right? This is how shit actually is. Maybe not the way it should be, maybe not the way we would want it to be, but this is how it is.
Became America's largest trading partner. It is American exports.
Yeah, Crystal, he was pointing out that Trump's obsession with distancing ourselves from places like the UK and Canada and doing like renegotiating trade deals with Mexico, even though he shit the bed on that one, and distancing ourselves from China and these sorts of things, he was technically accurate. And he's going to get into the demographics of why that is accurate. Yeah. Trump shit the bed in a lot of ways, but that's why he said at his core, for better or for worse, for all of the problems with Trump, there was a nugget of accuracy there. What used to be our old allies, economically speaking, shouldn't be our allies moving forward. Just because they helped us beat some Nazis and, drive Russia into the ground during the Cold War doesn't mean anything going forward. And that's sort of what he's talking about.
Here, Mexico became America's largest trading partner. It is a position that they will not give up in our Mexico people that are consumption driven. They buy a lot of American exports.
Except for
Mexico
Ireland.
became America's largest trading partner. It is a position that they will not give up in our lifetimes. This is a partner. This is not. Canada had a baby bust almost 50 years ago. They have yet to recover. They've got a big bulge up in the 50s and 60s. Workers with 30, 40 years of expertise, very highly skilled.
No, Cat, I hate that shit.
Very high value added.
And people have enough trouble following some of this stuff.
There's two problems. Number one, there's so many of them in that class, they've pushed down the relative cost of their own labor. We see that as product dumping. Second, there aren't a lot of people in their 20s and 30s to consume those products, so they have to export it. That's definitely product dumping. 80% of it comes here. Canada is no longer a partner. Canada is now a competitor. And if you can't get your birth rate back up, eventually you age into something like Japan. Running a first world economy without a workforce, you have to automate. And Japan has taken an interesting twist on that. They've picked up entire chunks of their industrial plant and relocated them out of Japan, put them into other countries with more stable demographic structures in order to build where they sell. Toyota's largest facilities, Texas, Kentucky. Here's us. We're kind of in the middle, kind of a chimney. There's two generations we have to call out. First of all, the baby boomers. They are the largest generation as a percent of the population in the history of this country. And they are at the edge of retirement, making them very capital rich. And that has implications for everything that we do. Think about how you invest. When you're 30.
No, Cosmic. No, we don't. Not even close. No. Canada is collapsing, Mexico is bulging, and we are sort of somewhat stable with a couple of high water marks. You can see like the valleys are actually sort of consistent, but then we have a couple of outliers. Boomers, millennials.
You put a small sliver of a small income away for the future. When you're 55, you put a big fat wedge of a much larger income away. And then when you're 64 3/4, every possible dime you can spare, you put into your retirement account. As you age, you generate more and more capital that gets dumped into the market, which is available for lenders on cheaper and cheaper terms.
Yeah, that hole is also known as Generation X.
This is the most capital rich, the easiest capital environment we have ever seen. But then you retire. You never add to it again. And you start drawing down your savings. It's the equivalent of walking up to a cliff and jumping off. We jump off that cliff. The boomers hit mass retirement on average in the year 2022, which means we've got 3 years of this capital structure, and then we can look forward to the cost of capital at least quadrupling. If you're going to borrow, do it now. Next generation, the millennials. Now, normally I like to spend about 45 minutes out of every presentation talking about why the millennials are a waste of skin. I only have 45 minutes, so we're instead going to go through all the reasons that we should be very grateful that the millennials are with us. For you boomers and you Xers, fret not. This won't take long. There's only 3 reasons. 1, consumption. All that filet mignon dog food, all those juice bar memberships, all those goddamn scooters, they add up. Millennial consumption by itself has kept this country out of recession since 2009. We would have had at least 2 industrial recessions since then if it wasn't for them.
Okay? If you're a millennial, You basically have been single-handedly keeping this economy afloat. Just FYI. It's on our backs.
That's amazing. Second, if you fast forward to the year 2030 when the millennials are in charge, they will fill out the tax-paying class in a way that Generation X, my generation, never could. There is a light at the end of the fiscal tunnel. It is not a train, it's a millennial. Whether that makes you jump for joy or want to cry in the corner is entirely up to you. Third.
Oh, yeah, for sure, Caboose. For sure. For sure. Gen Xers have always been kind of, they're like our older brothers. They're like our older brothers and sisters. Gen Xers are super apathetic. They are super cynical. I mean, they came of age during Reagan. You can't blame them for that, really. The world that they grew up in was a different kind of fuck that you don't really see anymore. We'll just put it that way. Yeah, and Swede has to point out that, remember, he's speaking to people that actually think millennials are stupid. This is the thing. I don't think most leftists can hear what he's saying. I think Swede can. I think Neon successfully did. I think Cat will. I know I did. Like, that's the thing, is like he's speaking in a way that shuts most leftists' brain down. But what he has to say is really fascinating.
We think of the millennials in this country as the end-all and the be-all, but in reality, they are all alone in the night. If you look at the rich world demography combined without the Americans, it's a retirement community. Even if the Americans remained engaged, the global system of greater markets, more access, technological advancement, more interconnectivity was going to collapse in the next decade anyway. The economic model we started with the discovery of the New World in the 1500s ends in the next 10 years. We do not have an economic model for what comes next. We need a new ism.
Okay? All right, do we need to replay that? Do you understand how insanely important what he just said was? And he just said it to a fucking room full of capitalists, boomers, corporate types. Yeah, Lucy, he did, didn't he? He hid that shit really, really well. He couched it in a lot of language that they were comfortable with. He gave it to them in, like, he wrapped the pill in a bunch of bacon and ice cream and shoved it down their throat. This shit isn't going to last. The demographics dictate this shit isn't going to last on a global scale. It's not going to. He said we need a new ism, Wavy.
By reality, they are all alone in the night. Millennial. Whether that makes you jump for joy or want to cry in the corner is entirely up to you.
Here goes Swede.
Third, we think of the millennials in this country as the end-all and the be-all, but in reality, they are all alone in the night. If you look at the rich world demography combined without the Americans, it's a retirement community. Even if the Americans remained engaged, the global system of greater markets, more access, technological advancement, more interconnectivity was going to collapse in the next decade anyway. The economic model we started with the discovery of the New World in the 1500s ends in the next 10 years. We do not have an economic model for what comes next. We need a new ism. We have no idea what that will be.
When you factor in the global economic markets and the demography of those markets, without the U.S., quote, it looks like a retirement community. Last year, Estrella. Last year. Okay. It's... We need a new ism for what comes next. And we don't know what that will be.
And even if the Americans wanted to remain engaged, this is all about to come crashing down. Quick look around the world. 30 years after the one-child policy, the Chinese have run out of 30-year-olds because that is how math works. But it's not better elsewhere. The Koreans are actually aging faster, the Thais almost as quickly. If there's one country on this planet that we thought that can't have an open, honest conversation about how to generate population, that would be Germany, and it shows. And if there was one country that we thought had cracked the code on having a lot of kids, that would be Italy, but apparently we were all wrong. Poland, only slightly worse. Russia, assuming you buy Russian statistics, and they just found 8 million children aged 10 and under in the last 18 months. That's still pretty terminal.
Rev, the left side is female, the right side is male. Here, let me... There you go.
Oh, there we go. Brazil will save us, right? Country of the future. Yeah. Look at the top left. That's Brazil 30 years ago. Here's Brazil today. They're aging at 6 times the American rate. The average American will be younger than the average Brazilian in the year 2042. The average American became younger than the average Chinese citizen 2 years ago. Folks, there's only 2 countries in the advanced world that have a demography anywhere close to replacement, similar to the US. And while the French can handle the catering and the Kiwis can manage the bar, a global order that does not make. This was all going to end anyway. Now, if you remove the Americans from the equation, let the chips fall where they may, you will get dozens of brush fire wars as countries, whether out of desperation or opportunity, feel forced to take matters into their own hands. These are the zones I expect to see the greatest conflict. For those of you who know your history, you'll recognize that these are the zones that have seen the most drastic wars throughout history. It's where the world's geopolitical tectonic plates come together.
Where are we seeing rise of right-wing fascism? Where do we see continual conflict? Where are we seeing increasing conflict?
For those of you who know your economic history, you will recognize these zones as the sites of the greatest economic growth that we have seen since the 1940s. That's because of the order. The Americans forced everybody to be on the same side. We outlawed war and enabled global trade. It was base effect growth. And it's all about to come violently unwound. There's a transition period where the United States is figuring out what pieces of this it wants to keep. These are the 5 trade deals that we've got: Korea, Japan, Mexico, Canada, United Kingdom. Of those, 4 of them are done. They're ratified, they're being implemented. The 5th one, the United Kingdom, that'll be done this year. In the case of everyone but Mexico, there were no negotiations. The United States held all the cards. We controlled the global system, global finance, global energy, global trade. Then the only market that...
Rev. Where is it?
It was
1729.
There
All
were
right.
no trade.
These are political tectonic plates. This is where the rubber meets the road. I would add a few, but these are his predictions, not mine. I would add some above India on the subcontinent. I would also probably highlight in and around Ethiopia. I'd definitely highlight Congo, probably in Africa. But these are political tectonic plates, not Earth-based or fucking geological tectonic plates. We're talking about what resources resource competition, political competition, these sorts of things. We're talking about where the interaction of the human systems comes into play and where there is friction and competition.
It was base effect growth. The United States is figuring out what we've got. Korea, Japan, Mexico, Canada, United Kingdom. Of those, 4 of them are done. They're ratified. They're being implemented. The 5th one, the United Kingdom, that'll be done this year. In the case of everyone but Mexico, there were no negotiations.
Kat, it would be better for our country if they didn't. It's true. It's true. It'd be better for the U.S. if they didn't.
The United States held all the cards. We controlled the global system, global finance, global energy, global trade, then the only market that was worth having access to in the long run. They were imposed. The one exception is Mexico, because it is also a consumption-based society. Those were real talks. And believe it or not, Mexican-American relations are the best that they have been in the history of both republics right now. Considering we've got egomaniacs on both sides of the border, that's kind of a surprise, but take the win where you can get it. There will not be a deal with China. Now, I can give you 30, 40 reasons why China will not be a unified nation state 10 years from now. This is the big one. It's those islands off the coast. Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore. The Chinese call it the first island chain. And there has never been a chapter of Chinese history in the last 3,500 years where the Chinese have been able to push past that chain and in an economic basis integrate with any lands beyond them. It's a security issue. They just can't get past it. Well, there's one exception. Right now, under the order, because the Americans put everybody on the same side. All the United States has to do, if it wants to destroy China completely, is go home. Pretty sure we can manage that. All right, let's get into environmentalism and give you an idea of just how hosed we are.
Okay, he just spent 20 minutes reassuring these guys that, look, it's okay. We're isolated. We're redundant. We have energy resources. We have the demography. We have the wavy breads. It basically means, look, you're not doing our cheap manufacturing for us anyway, and all you're doing for us is high-end manufacturing, and India's coming online for that. Germany's coming online for that. There are other nation states that are coming online for what you're doing right now. And all we have to do is spend a few billion and shift our manufacturing sectors. We've done it before. If you don't think we won't do it again, you're fucking nuts. We've taken it from our own people. We've put it elsewhere offshore. If China becomes too much of a cost and not enough of a benefit, we'll just move it. So we've got them by the balls, technically. You need us more than we need you.
This is how oil flowed back at the dawn of the shale revolution. We had three
Except
big
in Ireland, of
sources
course.
demand.
Neon, we'll
North
always
America,
and Scotland.
Western Europe, they would take crude from wherever they could possibly get it, all points of the compass. Anything that was left over would make the long sail around.
We do, Rev. We do. We just don't actually manufacture ourselves. We do manufacture a few things. High-end technical stuff, medical, these sorts of things, we do manufacture. But it has to be very high-end for us to manufacture it. But our manufacturing sectors are actually just operating outside the U.S. That's all. Like, it's all we've done is we're like, all right, you run it rather than us run it. All we have to do is move that money.
The Southeast Asian landmass to Northeast Asia. Because if you were China, Japan, and the neighbors, there was no local sourcing. You had to take whatever was left over, and you had to pay a premium for that. Based on the season and geopolitical risk, that's anywhere from $1 a barrel to 15. But fast forward 7 years. The shale revolution proved that it could stick around. U.S. energy imports dropped by 1 million barrels a day for 7 years straight. The Europeans had a financial crisis. They proved they could make that stick, and energy demand plummeted. All of a sudden, Northeast Asia is the only part of the planet experiencing organic demand growth. You have to get there if you want to sell your product. So the Asians, instead of having to pay a premium,
Wither. It is. That's how the U.S. has operated for years now. That's a very apt comparison, and if that helps you conceptualize it, Wither, no, that's where we are. We're the big dick on the block. Even in our shrunken state, just because it's cold outside doesn't mean shit, right? We're still rocking the big dick in this part of the world. And all of this comes into play to the environmentalism. And he will get there. He will get there. Genderling. It is. I also recommend go watch the Polymatter series on China, because he goes into he goes into the demography of China, as well as the water, as well as the construction sector, as well as their national security and them ruining their own reputation. Which you will see some intermeshing with this. For sure, go watch that one too. But rock on.
got a discount. Now, review.
Rev, yeah, we don't want manufacturing back. It's not a thing you want back. It legitimately isn't. We've outgrown it as an economy. It's a whole fucking thing. You need to talk to an economist. Maybe Swede can explain it to you. But basically, we don't want that stuff back.
In history, for the last, got a discount product, plummeted. All of a sudden, Northeast Asia is the only part of the planet experiencing organic demand growth. You have to get there if you want to sell your product. So the Asians, instead of having to pay a premium, got a discount. Now, review human history for the last, 4,000 years. Big concentration of conflicts in places like the Russian periphery and the Persian Gulf. What happens if the next time there is one, the Americans are nowhere to be found? You guys remember back in November when the Iranians threw some cruise
Thank you
missiles
for the follow.
At Saudi Arabia? They hit an oil processing facility called Abqaiq. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia called up Trump and said, hey, dude, in case you just didn't notice, the Iranians just took more oil offline than the Allies did during the entirety of World War II, and they did it in an hour. You know, if Reagan was in charge, I would not have to make this call. You would have already nuked Tehran. What are you going to do? And Trump's response literally was, I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I've got a fundraiser. We don't care. The U.S. achieved energy independence last year, which means the U.S. exits stage left, never to return. The Europeans go out and interface with their own colonies to make sure the crude comes to them. They have the capacity to do that. Their colonies are local. And if you are China or Japan or Taiwan or Korea, your only remaining option is to take your navy, sail it to the Persian Gulf, pick sides in a centuries-old blood feud that has devolved into a knife fight, load up the crude yourself, and convoy it home, hoping that no one in this environment finds big, slow-moving super tankers full of crude oil to be a valuable target. Now, if this were anywhere else in the world, I'd be really worried. But if there's anything we know about Korea and Japan and China and Taiwan, it's they've got a centuries-old history of brotherly love and cooperation, and nothing could possibly go wrong. Or they start shooting each other over energy. Folks, the global energy market's going to shatter, and either you have it or you don't. Give you an idea of what's happening here instead. The broader the bar, the greater the volume of crude oil production. The taller the bar, the greater its cost of production. U.S. shale is there on the on the left in the light blue bar. This is 2012 data. Back then, we kicked it out about 4 million barrels a day. Strategically significant, but for an economy our size, not really a game changer. But here's where we were as of 3 weeks ago. Not only is the U.S. now net independent, the price point for production here is below the OPEC average and is rapidly approaching Saudi Arabian prices. We're insulated. And with the speed of a tweet, the American president already has the power to sever U.S. energy markets from global energy markets. So we can have a functional ceiling here of 60 to 70 and a functional floor everywhere else of 200 or more. Now, why am I bringing this up in an environmental conference? Oil is not the fuel of the future. For most of the world, they were not going to be able to afford it. They're not going to be able to get it. But it is here. We'll come back to that. This is what I like to call the checkbook map. Every dot is somebody who can pay their power bill. Now, right here, this is by far the absolute most important city in the history of humanity. This is Marshalltown, Iowa. This is where I'm from. Here is Bismarck, North Dakota. Should you ever find yourself in the neighborhood, I recommend you go to Fargo instead. And this is not a rave. Western North Dakota, what, like 2.5 people live there? They don't need that lit up. It's lit up because of a problem with transport. Now, oil's a liquid. You can put it into a bucket or a rail car or whatever. It can be transported in any number of manners. But natural gas disperses. So you have to have a leak-free system to collect it, to transit it, to deliver it to end uses, and those end uses have to be able to process and consume that natural gas at the pace that it comes in, because storage is almost impossible. Now, here in the US, we've got the largest and most redundant natural gas distribution system, but we can't keep up with what is bubbling out of the shale fields as a waste product. So we have to flare it until the infrastructure can catch up, and you can see that from space. What can't you do with a bottomless supply of the world's most versatile industrial input? Well, for starters, we burn it for power, and about 40%-ish of the reductions that we've seen in greenhouse gases in this country have come from displacing coal and using natural gas instead. By the way, that's about 5 times what we've achieved with our solar investment. Does it go to zero? No, but it's going in the right direction. Now, burning stuff for power, not very creative, so we've done other things. Oh, whoops. Apparently I don't have another slide for that. Okay, going back to this. Oil's not the only fuel. You guys remember natural gas? You can cool it, freeze it, put it onto tankers, ship it other places. These are the folks that use liquefied natural gas as a major fuel stock. You'll notice that those Northeast Asian 4, they use more than everybody else together. So not only will most of the world not be able to use oil, most will not be able to use natural gas. Okay, that provides some opportunities, right? We have to find other ways to power the future for most countries. Let's look at the green text, because just like everything else, geography matters. Any area in red is a zone where solar power with today's technology makes both environmental sense and economic sense. Doesn't mean you can go 100%, but you can do quite a bit. If you're in orange, it probably doesn't make economic sense, but it still makes environmental sense. If you're in yellow, it's a wash environmentally, and it's totally not worth the cost.
Oh, he made it himself with her. He made it
Put up
himself.
solar panels, you have probably increased your carbon footprint. The Germans have put up, what, 60 terawatt capacity in the last 20 years, but their carbon emissions haven't fallen. Why? The sun doesn't shine in Germany.
All right. 60 terawatts worth of solar power in Germany. In Germany. Well, but that's the point, Rev. He'll get to that. Trust me. He's for fixing the environment. That you have to understand. You're like, yeah, like this is an environmental summit, but he's got to sell it, because you can't get capitalists on board if you don't sell it. He's selling it.
So let's look at the same thing. Here it is for wind. Again, red makes environmental and economic sense. Orange only makes environmental sense. Green, luckily with wind towers, nobody puts up wind towers where it's not windy. People put up solar panels where it's not sunny all the time, which makes no sense to me. But at least people in the wind world are smarter about it. Whoops. But this is still the ideal. Now you have to remove all land where it's not appropriate. So you're not going to put a wind tower above 10,000 feet. The air density isn't enough to turn the blades. You're not going to put up solar panels over a cornfield because, that sun is needed for other things. You factor that out, and it shrinks. Areas in green are good for solar. Areas in blue are good for wind. And
Yes, the Gringo Gaelic Argentinian Confederation confirmed. We should definitely lean into that. And if you look at this chart, Argentina still has a chunk of ideal solar and wind.
areas in the dark green are good for both. But we're not done, because you still have to get the power to the people. If you factor out everything that's more than 1,000 miles away from a population center, you're talking less than 5% of the population with today's cities can actually go green with today's technology.
Elliot, hydropower is overlooked in this presentation. That was already brought up by somebody on the Discord server. We would need to expand this, but yes, it is an oversight.
Now, if you're putting up solar panels in an area
But I can tell you, geothermal and hydroelectric do not account for a giant chunk either way. It's not like we're missing like, oh shit, we overlooked 35% of potential power production. It doesn't amount for very much. Plus the displacement and environmental disruption of hydroelectric facilities is a whole other ballgame. We'll get Three Gorges.
not green on this. It's not that it's a disaster, probably, although if you put up solar panels in southern China or Germany, you're just an idiot. But it does mean that you can't move the needle very much. And you have to really ask if you're spending the money on the right thing. So if most of the world can't use oil, and they can't use natural gas, and they can't use...
Asia is the largest regional market with total geothermal capacity at an estimated 7.8 gigawatts. That's not much.
solar, and they can't use wind, all that's left is coal. Breaking down global markets presents a lot of countries with some very interesting choices. Of the top 50 economies in the world, which collectively make up about 95% of economic activity on this planet, about 1/5, Russia, Iran, the United States, can generate the power themselves. They have local fossil fuels. Another 1/10.
Eyeball. Industry leaders, corporate types, management representatives from major corporations, financiers, people who represent private banking industry and investment firms. Swede, me. Yeah, Swede is the type of person that would go to this sort of conference, for sure. These are the people that can actually fix our environmental crisis. Like these are the people that can go back to their corporations and their businesses and be like, look, not only is there environmental reason, there's economic reason. We can do this.
Sweden, Chile, Mexico, can get it from their neighbors. Another 1/10, Britain, Japan, Italy, can go out and freaking take it from other
Oh, here, this is actually really important.
people. And that presents a lot of countries with some very interesting choices. Of the top 50 economies in the world, which collectively make up about 95% of economic activity on this planet, about 1/5, Russia, Iran, the United States, can generate the power themselves. They have local fossil fuels. Another 1/10, Sweden, Chile, Mexico, can get it from their neighbors. Another 1/10, Britain, Japan, Italy, can go out and freaking take it from other people. And for everyone else, it's a choice. They can de-electrify, de-industrialize, and decivilize and watch their societies crumble, or they can use coal. Now, we're not even to this decision point yet. It's coming. It'll be here in the next decade. But the Germans have already chosen not even just to go to coal, but to go to lignite. Now, lignite is an ultra-soft, partially decomposed coal that's about 20% water by weight. It is the least energetic of the fossil fuels and by far the most polluting. The Germans have spent more than 2 trillion euros in turning their system green, but because it doesn't work in Germany, they've had to go to lignite. 2 trillion euros. and their emissions have only fallen by 7%. Apparently the Germans aren't as good as math as we all thought.
Yeah. So the Germans have lignite, all right, aka brown coal, worst quality. It's the absolute. This is the garbage coal. This is garbage coal. It is the most polluting. It is the most costly to process. It is just dirt coal. It is. It's fucking rubbish, Crystal. What we have is anthracite. So even if we have to use coal in this country, which we have a large supply of, keep in mind, so we've got it sort of in our back pocket. We don't need to use it. We don't have to use it. But if we need to, if it, end all fuck all sort of thing happens and the U.S. needs an energy stopgap, we've got anthracite coal and we've got a shit ton of it. And so we've not only got the highest quality coal, we got a shit ton of it. And so we've also got like layers of energy independence at this point that we've sort of, we outmoded. We don't need it anymore. We evolved past it. We can work around it. But just in case, we've got it.
Now, my point of this is not to make you all depressed. My point is that we need to change the conversation. My point is that we need to approach sustainability in a more sustainable manner. Right now, the global norm is that we're going to push for a utopian global organizational structure that has never worked before and certainly isn't going to work now, in order to push this technology suite that we've fetishized that we know doesn't work. We need different green techs. We need better green techs. And above all, we need green technologies that are appropriate for the environment that we are evolving into geopolitically. I'm going to close with two economic sectors that are going to prove central to making this work, just to give you an idea of where these breakthroughs might happen. Well, honestly, where they have to happen if this is going to work. First, manufacturing. That yellow circle in the middle, 1.555, that's total value-added manufacturing in the United States. All the arrows pointing in indicate where the components come from and in what volumes. They're color-coded by likelihood of disruption in the world we're about to be in. If it's in green, it's probably fine. If it's in yellow, figure 1 in 4 by value isn't going to make it. Orange, 1 in 2. And if it's in red, it's not going to make it at all. You'll notice that there's a lot of green and no red. This doesn't mean that U.S. manufacturing is immune to what's coming down the pipe. But it does mean that we will have to make some adjustments. We can manage it. The Germans can't.
Okay. That's the German supply line. I'd be a little worried.
The German system is one of being at war with its neighbors.
Patriot, this is the thing. We discussed at the top of this. I've seen these numbers elsewhere. I've seen a lot of this demography discussion elsewhere as well. He is in line with other demographers. That makes sense to me. He is in line with some other things. I am interested to see what Swede's overall opinion on this video is as an economist and a financier of sorts. But it's difficult to argue with a lot of what he's saying.
Until the order. And especially in the post-Cold War version of the order, every country that the Germans border, which is all countries that they've been at war with multiple times, are all on the same side, and the Germans have been able to integrate, not just within their network, but beyond into the world at large. They're the biggest supplier of high-end manufacturing.
Oh, if you just got here, Patriot, you need to watch the video from the beginning. I'm serious. Like, this is something a lot of people should see, especially if you're an American. If you're an American, you need to see this video. 100%.
Components to China, for example. But that only works so long as we are in an environment of global trade where the oceans are safe for everyone and everything is consumption-based. You remove that, you remove the Americans, and the German manufacturing model collapses. They certainly don't have the consumption at home. But as bad as it is for the Germans, it's far worse for the Chinese. You guys have all heard of Made in China 2020, right? Or sorry, Made in China 2025.
How's that one looking?
If you speak to a government bureaucrat in Beijing, but behind the scenes where no one's listening, they will freely admit that the 2025 target has nothing to do with self-sufficiency. It's just the first step. They don't expect to be technologically equivalent to the United States until about 2080. There's no way they've got that kind of time.
Crystal.
Every product that the Chinese make is dependent upon international connections, and those connections are about to go away. So if there is going to be a manufacturing angle to whatever this new green tech is going to be, it pretty much has to be done in North America. And first we've got to find it, and first we've got to pay for its development, which means first we have to talk about finance. Now this blue line is the private credit.
All right, so what he just said there was the green revolution hasn't happened yet. Solar and wind, geothermal and hydro, though he doesn't talk about it, doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it for a majority of the world. We have yet to find the green revolution technology. And given the demographic, economic, and technological factors that we've discussed up until this point, the U.S. is going to be the one to likely develop the technology, and it's likely to be manufactured in Mexico. They're going to do a bunch of the assembly work. This is what the economic treaties are about. And so this is what he's talking. This is like where Swede was saying about, hey, Dr. Red Pill, this is where this is how Swede was saying in chat about why people go to this. They go to get ahead of the curve. They go to these things to further their profit in their profit motive. How do I want to say this? To reinforce the walls around their profit and to make sure that they can stack more of it. This is to get ahead of the curve. This is why people like those business people, those corporate types that are in attendance at this conference, go. Where is the market going? Where is the economy going? What are going to be the demands and necessities of the next market? And can we make predictions? Can we get ahead of that curve? That's why people go to these sorts of things. And he has, where do I build my next factory? Exactly, Sweet. Thank you. Link in chat. Link in chat. Why do you think Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, right? TSMC. It's Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Yes. All right. I was right. Yeah, this is, as Sweet said, this is the type of manufacturing we want. Anything less is not worth our time. If you're not doing like nanometer technologies, we don't need to talk to you. So yeah, this is where this is headed, and he is telling them there is a market opportunity in green technology that has not been found yet, and we need you guys.
Curve, total private credit from all sources in the United States to all end users. The only thing that is not included is interbank lending. So if we find it, and first we've got to pay for its development, which means first we have to talk about finance. Now this blue line is the private credit curve, total private credit from all sources in the United States to all end users. The only thing that is not included is interbank lending. So if you're a financial institution and you're lending to another financial institution, we're washing that out. This is everything else. Mortgages, credit cards, institutional loans, community development bonds, everything. Starts at 2000. That bump in the middle, that's 2007. That was our financial crisis. We doubled total private credit in 7 years. That was too much. That was too fast. As a result, we had a financial-induced recession. 5% came off of headline GDP. Since then, we've dropped, we've bounced back. The credit curve now is something much more similar to the century average. Does that mean that we are immune to recessions? Of course not. But it does mean that the next recession probably won't be triggered by a financial problem. And since finance can ripple through to all other economic sectors, I see this as a general plus. This is our baseline. I'm going to show you the same data now, but instead of absolute numbers, relative numbers. Again, that little bump in the middle, that's a doubling. Here's the Eurozone. In the time that America had a doubling, the Europeans had a tripling.
There's your more current data, Swede.
Their financial crisis hit harder.
Slightly.
It lasted longer. Several European countries, Italy most notably, have yet to recover to where they were in 2006. And remember the Italian demography. No young people. Consumption-led growth in places like Italy is now statistically impossible. They probably will never recover. Here's Greece. 7-fold increase in 7 years. So far, they've suffered something far worse than what we went through in the Great Depression. They're down 45%. They probably have another 15% to go. Here's Brazil. This is what a lost decade looks like, assuming you get the politics right. Now, you don't have to put up your hands. You know who you are. Do you like Game of Thrones, 90210, the impeachment hearings, the Brexit debates, Maury Povich? No, drama. You have got to look into Brazilian politics. Oh my God. Recently, they had a presidential election. The final 2 candidates, one dude was campaigning from prison where he had been convicted of corruption, not indicted, convicted. Love it. The guy who went on to beat him at his last big public rally live on public television said that, you know, the real problem with those Nazis, they're just too soft on their domestic opponents. Wow. Let's go ahead and pencil in a second lost decade for Brazil. The purple is India, and the black is Turkey. 2 countries who have already elected ethno-nationalist leaders to multiple terms in landslide victories. And these leaders think nothing of using state resources to spawn race riots in their own country when they feel they need a bump in the polls.
But wait, this is
The difference between the two,
This-
India, purple, has yet to begin their credit adjustment. Just imagine the catastrophe that's just around the corner. Turkey has started. They started about 9 months ago. What else happened shortly thereafter? They invaded their neighbor. It's a distraction play. And then here is the People's Republic of China. Let me bring that down. Oh, yeah. China is now the most overcredited country in human history in both absolute and relative terms.
somebody keep
This
that
is
copied
Enron
so you
in
can paste it the
nation-state
next time somebody
form.
asks, please, and thank you.
Every country, every company that has ever followed a finance-driven model like this has eventually collapsed. The question is how hard? And since the Chinese have now pushed it further than anyone, there's going to be a show, folks. By the way, that little hook at the top, that's what the Chinese call a tightening. If there's a financial aspect to figuring out the solution to the climate crisis, there's only one country that has any hope of making it happen.
Yep, it's us.
Because there's only one country that's not going to have a complete financial meltdown over the course of the next decade. It has to be developed here. It has to be operationalized here. We're the only ones with the consumption base and the industrial base. We're the only ones that are going to have the stability. There are 1,000 things about this administration and the 3 preceding it that I hate. But it still has to be here. And it's not going to happen because of government policy, because America just isn't good at that. Our geography is so good that we've never really had to have a functional government. We didn't even build our first road until 75 years in. We make policy at the local and the state level, at the corporate level. So, not to put too fine a point on it, but this is your job.
Here's the pitch. Here's the actual pitch. He is a salesman pitching to corporate types for environmental technology development.
At the road and good just isn't good at that. Our geography is so good that we've never really had to have a functional government. We didn't even build our first road until 75 years in. We make policy at the local and the state level, at the corporate level. So, not to put too fine a point on it, but this is your job. You have to invest in technologies that honestly aren't yet operationalized. That's the only way this ends well. Otherwise, we're not going to skid right by 2 degrees. We're going to skid right by 5 degrees. And because the United States is the country in the world that'll probably suffer the least from catastrophic global warming, these new technologies have to make economic sense. And they have to be cheap enough that they can be applied around the world in places that are destitute. It's a tall order. But we do at least have the base components to get it started here. Okay, so that's the best case scenario. Let's talk about the worst. This is how Americans see themselves. The pioneer era, the idea that you could load up the kids, Conestoga them west, and in less than 6 months be exporting grain down the greater Mississippi system for hard currency on the global markets. It was the greatest economic and cultural experience in human history, and for us it lasted 150 years. This is the source of our can-do attitude, of our just ridiculous optimism. But we're all old enough to know that that's not how the world always works. Sometimes the world reaches out and punches you in the face. And when that happens, Americans overreact because it doesn't fit with our national myth. It doesn't fit with our mindset. We're convinced that things can get better, should get better, are ordained by God to get better every single day. And so when they don't, we think that the covenant with God has been broken and we overreact. And if you're looking for someone to blame for this, I blame Canada.
As well.
Because back during the War of 1812, they burned down our capital, which is like the ultimate dick move. And it started us down this path of supreme arrogance followed by panicked recreation. But that is also the strength of the American system. Every time we overreact, every time we think it really is over, we fight against the dying of the light and we reinvent ourselves. Sputnik is my personal favorite. It was a freaking beeping aluminum grapefruit. We were ahead in electronics, we were ahead in metallurgy, we were ahead in rocketry. We just hadn't thrown something up there because we wanted to make sure it would work. So Sputnik beat us by 90 days. By the time we launched, Sputnik had already fallen out of the sky. But our first satellite, Vanguard 1, is still up there.
It is. Still floating.
Yet we were convinced we had lost the Cold War, so we launched revolutions in manufacturing and our educational system that we coasted on for 40 years. 9/11, tragedy by any measure, 3,000 dead. As a side effect of our reaction to the attacks, we put the sharp end of American power on either side of every major trade and energy artery on the planet. Arteries we don't use. Pros and cons. Pros, the Americans are capable of a radical overhaul and change in a short period of time without damaging their economic and cultural structure. We're the only country in the world that can do that. That's why I have hope that we're going to fix this. Figure it out. Cons. It's been 20 years since we were last spooked.
We're due.
We are due. And this time, we have no vested interest in the wider world's stability. We don't care what happens the next day.
Eyeball. You missed the point entirely then. You missed the point entirely. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, How else is it going to get done? We're looking at a cliff, folks. Get over your lefty bullshit sometimes. We're looking at a cliff. If it means you got to con a bunch of capitalists into doing some shit that'll benefit us all, con a bunch of fucking capitalists to do some shit that will benefit us all. If you got to modify your sales pitch to take advantage of American savior complex so you can prevent the complete ecological collapse on a global scale, fucking modify your speech. Like, I just, this is why... Exactly, Swede. Know your fucking audience, Cadet. I wonder how validated Sterner feels. Like, rhetoric. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just... This is where leftists fail. All the fuck time. And this is what succeeding looks like. Honestly. He spoke in a language that they understand and in a way that can motivate them. And it just... Sometimes you got to do it.
Okay. Wider world stability. We have no vested interest in the wider world stability. We don't care what happens the next day. Okay. If you're interested in a...
We already have that. Gene is a lazy duck. We already have it. Beginning of the lecture, the beginning of the keynote, you can hear him talk about energy independence. We already have energy independence. It's already been accomplished. Like it's not even a talking point. The U.S. has already achieved it. It's done. Like that's not even a thing. We did that already. So, yeah. Thank you, Zippy.
Or maybe a coaster.
And this is where he shills the books. For those of you that stuck from the beginning to the end of that, Swede, I want you on the air. If you have a moment, please and thank you. I want to discuss a couple of the finer, like, finance points of that. I want to talk about a couple of the economic points contained within that. Sweet devil, sweet time. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Fucking ask and you shall receive. What is up, my favorite financier?
Hey.
So overall, worth watching?
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, again, for everybody in the that's typing, getting people to move without talking to them in their language is impossible. So don't bag on the guy for encouraging capitalism, or trying. He has to talk in their language, and he has to talk in a language that makes them want to do something. Which means we talk about how great they are, tell them that their dick is big, tell them that only they're the saviors, tell them that they're great, and that they'll make a lot of money. And guess what? Within 5 to 10 years, we'll probably do it.
He disarmed them. He addressed all of those typical American concerns, the militarization aspect that sits on our forefront. We're so afraid of everybody, like invading us and shit like that. He convinced them that, like, hey, look, the U.S. military is not going to be overtaken by anybody by at least 2242 at the current manufacturing rates of the rest of the globe's military, right? Unless somebody conducts a military revolution, military manufacturing revolution, the likes of which we haven't seen since we did it. Nobody's catching us. So don't worry about that. Well, what about energy independence? What about our oil? Well, here's that. We've already achieved energy independence. It's already a thing. We don't have to worry about that. Well, what about our supply? Don't worry about that. He addressed all of those major concerns and then was like, all right, look, here's the truth of the matter. Everybody else is fucked. And if anybody's going to do this, it's going to be us.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to, I mean, a lot of that is backed up by the fact of, what I said earlier, TSMC is moving manufacturing capacity here. We are taking what TSMC or what chips are made after TSMC is done, and that's happening in either Canada or Mexico. Canada is going to become the next Mexico. Like it or not, Canadians, guess what? You're going to be a secondary manufacturing partner.
Yep.
So I mean, geographic determinism is an evil word for a lot of people, but it's true. The U.S. is one of those weird areas of the world that can do it all. And originally, it was because of our waterway system. We had navigable rivers that covered like 90% of the continent, or where the U.S. was. And then the railroads came in, and we had an easy way, except for the Rocky Mountains, to traverse the entire United States through railroads, and then the interstate system and everything else that has happened, and the ports that we have, and the amount of coastline, and then the Panama Canal on top of that. Say whatever you want about the way the U.S. went about doing it. It was absolutely abhorrent, but that's done now.
Yep.
We have to take, there's retribution we can talk about, or reparations we can talk about, to go back and compensate the people for what we did to them, but we also have to be talking about what we're doing next. It would be terrible for us to take the position we're in and not do anything.
And like I said, that is not the first time I've seen some of those demography statistics, especially vis-a-vis China. China's fucked from what I can gather. China really did shoot themselves in the face.
Yeah, with their cultural system that is very agnatic primogeniture. If they knew a girl was being born first, the rate of forced abortions was absolutely abhorrent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even. It was really fascinating, and I recommend everybody go watch the Polymatters series of videos on China. Very fascinating to look at concerning their demography, their water issue, their real estate, some economic issues, as well as the reputation on a global in a global scale issue for them.
People hate China. They don't want to deal with them.
Yeah.
They would actually rather have dealt with Trump.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, let that sink in for a bit.
It's China fucked themselves in many ways. Yeah. And so when you start talking about these, like when you get into it and you're like, wait, because I was aware of the China thing as far as demography goes. And that's a fascinating thing. So everybody knows demographers can make a fairly accurate prediction for the economic future of a country utilizing one graph. And it's that age pyramid. That is insanely powerful as a piece of like statistical knowledge.
Guess where our age pyramid would fail if Trump got his way, though? Our actually internal replacement rate is only 1.5.
Yeah, we import ours.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
we need immigrants. And anybody who tells you otherwise is a fucking idiot who has their head firmly up their ass. We do not reproduce at a rate that is necessary to meet our replacement value, but we allow immigrants. And that's where we get our replacement value from. And so all of those fucking like white genocide people basically are yelling about, hey, let's actually ruin our economy. That's what they're yelling about. Let's absolutely trash our economy. So, yeah, I think I wasn't aware of like all of the global demography statistics though, and the fact that if you take the U.S. out of the top 50 economies, what it actually looks like, it looks like that collapsing demography chart.
The future is Africa.
And it's a little fucking race to carve it up, isn't it?
Yeah, this happened, in 1890? Scramble for Africa.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again. And the economic hitmen influencers are already there.
Oh
If
man.
you, as I've mentioned before, if you want to know where the plays are being made, look at where the IMF and the World Bank are
Go
lending
for
money
it.
to, or looking to lend money to, and that's exactly where people are going. So it's, wherever you can, just look to see where that is, and that's where the next wave of foreign investment is going to go in, so that they can basically handcuff that country into whatever they need to be done. So votes in the UN, to more economic investment, to military bases, to whatever you want.
Yeah, and caboose, yes. That's exactly what happens. They'd fuck over the country. So yeah, as far as the other, like as far as for all the financials, like from your opinion, from your position and in your opinion, it had a certain level of veracity, correct? What he said holds up.
What he said has been a presentation that's been going around for about 10 years.
Okay.
So
So yeah, because he's an environmentalist, right? Like that's what people have to understand is it's like the financier aspect, the financial aspect, the economist aspect that Swede would be familiar with would be way ahead of that guy's curve. That would have been
he just
happening.
had to couch it in a way that people wanted to hear it. And that presentation's been going around for a long time. It was just been used for different purposes. It was used for different purposes to dissuade people from needing manufacturing to return to the United States. It was used to dissuade people from thinking that we needed to actually exponentially increase military spending, and we needed more domestic programs to actually invest in what we need to do next. There's so much that presentation has been used for. It's amazing. And the debt chart is
Dude, it is
uh,
hilarious when he overlays like you're like, oh, they're fucked. Well, they're fucked. Oh my god, they're fucked. They're fucked. And then he puts China. It's like, hold on, let me scroll the graph down so we can fit China on the chart. It's like, holy shit. China really is fucked, aren't they? Like this next 10
yeah.
years for China is not going to be very pleasant.
No, it's not. And people that are worried about how much China owns of our debt, I mean, China owns single digit percentage points of US debt. And the reason you don't have to worry about it is, it's required that any domestic treasury debt, 51% of it has to be owned by domestic people, US citizens, US corporations. After that, it can kind of go anywhere, U.S. sovereign funds, sovereign wealth funds, and things like that. But something like 80, I want to say 80% of the U.S. debt is owned by U.S. people. I mean, we're beholden to ourselves. China can't demand anything from us. And it's worse than that, Crystal. They didn't shoot their own foot off. They actually amputated it so that they could stand in the corner that they painted themselves into, because that's how close the paint is to where their nubs are now.
Elliot, that's kind of the entire point of the beginning of the lecture of the presentation he gives is that militarily speaking, if China decides China isn't like a terrorist organization, right? Like a few dudes board a plane and fly it into a building. It is actually kind of difficult to stop that stuff. I mean, the truth of the matter is our intelligence apparatus probably does a halfway decent job of keeping stuff like that in check from time to time, as well as overthrowing democratically elected people in the global South. But that's neither here nor there. Stopping somebody from like China from rolling up on us, that's exactly what our military is designed to do. China's in no position to do it. So if they become hostile, it's really not a huge deal. It really isn't. We can dick slap them right into place.
They'll go after Russia before they go after us.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to fuck with our military when you have a military, right? Like if you're like an organized nation state with a military and you fuck with the US military, they'll ruin your world. They will. They will disrupt every one of your trade routes. Every single one of them. You think you had problems before? Look what happens when a super carrier sits in the middle. A super carrier operational group sits in the middle of your trade route. That's a whole other world. So China won't fuck with us. They just won't. They have to do asymmetric stuff.
If you want to know how bad a carrier like that can disrupt a trade route, we were so worried about the Bismarck, a single ship, a battleship that could only fire 16 miles, in a radius, that we sent everything we had after it.
Yep. Oh yeah. And this is Exel. This is where we talk about asymmetric and economic, and this is Swede making reference to the economic hitman, the Brick and Road Initiative, which is going to help China, but China's pinned between a rock and a hard place right now. To what extent do you think, in your opinion, Swede, could the Brick and Road Initiative make is it a linchpin for China?
They're not going about it in the same way that we did in the effect of like going in and giving unrealistic and economic forecasts so that we can basically loan to own. So I don't think they're being as ruthless as we were about it, which means that they're not going to get the same results that we got out of it.
And they're not highest on the debt scale. From what I understand, Eyeball, they're not highest on the debt scale. Denmark, Norway, Switzerland. There's lots of other countries that hold way more debt, right?
The OECD chart that I sent you is an amazing look into household accounts and household debt.
Let's see, where was it? I opened it. Fuck it. Let me just scroll up until I see your username again and go from there.
But if that's the amount of debt that is held by people as a multiple of the median income. So the U.S. is around 1-ish, plus or minus. And usually, as of late, it's gotten better because during the pandemic, people just really spent their money down, or not spent their money down, paid down their debt.
I don't.
That's a very big problem with this. Is the amount of debt that people hold as proportion to their income is astronomical. And in the central bank, Denmark's central bank's letter to, I don't remember if it was the letter to their parliament or not, something to the effect of, as long as they said, and I think I quote here, as long as asset prices stay stable, we'll be fine. So if they experience any drop in asset prices, Denmark will crash. With Denmark goes a lot of other people.
What is the likelihood of that let's call it market adjustment concerning their assets?
Well, this is where you can actually start using a little bit of supply and demand with those areas, and why they are welcoming in more and more people through refugee and immigration programs is that if people aren't demanding the property, if people aren't demanding the assets, the price will start to slip. And if the price starts to slip, then you go negative equity on the debt, and banking systems start to fail at that point. If people stop moving there, because Sweden's replacement rate is like 1.4, Denmark's is probably pretty close to that, Norway's is pretty close to that. So if people don't flock to the Nordic countries, we're probably 20 years, maybe 10 years away from it, but it'll be a major correction.
Fuck your world, major correction, right?
Yeah, I mean their demographics are so top heavy, it's insanely bad. But Australia, yes, they realize this, which is why do you think the refugee programs are doing what they're doing? They want people to move in. They're like, hey, Middle Easterners, come on in, please. We need population.
If anybody wants, the first link in chat that I just put in for Neon was the Polymatter's China's Reckoning series. There's 4 parts to it. That's the first part. YouTube algorithm will handle the rest for you, I'm sure. But yeah, that's where I first went down the demography rabbit hole recently. Having encountered that, I was like, oh shit, there's a whole aspect here that I was missing. And once you add it in, the world looks a lot different as an American.
Well, I think 9 billion is where the world population is expected to top out, and then it starts falling. And basically, you're going to have immigration centers like the United States and some others that are going to be able to prop up their consumer attitude while the rest of the world collapses around it because nobody wants to live there anymore. And anybody that can make it here will. We're going to see a mass exodus from the global south, like the likes of which we've never seen before, probably comparably with the great exodus out of Africa when we first started, using tools.
Yeah. And Crystal, the channel point redemption stretches will never meet your standards for stretching because they're not actually stretching. So whenever you see stretch in chat, Crystal, from this point on, I want you to just move your shoulders and arms slightly. They will never meet your standards for that. That's a whole other thing. So South America is going to become an uninhabitable wasteland, says Cupcake. Argentina should do just fine. They may be able to actually get renewable energy independence.
No, I don't mean that way. I just mean there's going to be an exodus of people trying to find new economic opportunities because it's not going to be as abundant in the global south as it is in the global north. And the reason for that is because we are already able to do what we're doing because of the current immigration trends.
Would it be fair to compare it to the European exodus that we're all so familiar with, taught in history classes in America? The sort of, the Irish, the British, the Germans, the Italians, the Spanish, all showing up, in New York to make their fortune in America.
Yeah, it's like that. Sweden in 1880 had a famine. Ireland obviously had their famine, along with other, UK issues, put it that way. England had their own issues with religious freedom. France had their own issues. Italy had their own issues. I mean, a lot of Italians came up after Italy was formed because the stability of the internal government was just terrible. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting. The reason people move here now is because we've destroyed their countries. So like Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua,
Central and Northern South America, basically.
Yeah, we've basically destroyed them. If you want to know why Bolivia what happened to Bolivia, what happened, a couple of years ago with the military coup and everything, that was us.
Oh yeah.
It was us because of lithium. I think it was lithium.
It was lithium.
It was the supply of lithium.
Because our favorite fucking Twitter meme lord even got in on it and said, I don't care what the problem is, fucking if we have to overthrow a couple of governments to keep lithium prices down, I'm okay with it. Not a direct quote, but I mean, that's what Musk fucking got on Twitter and said, like, yeah, so what if we have to topple a couple of governments to get lithium? Big deal.
So, yeah, and so we're the architects of our own immigration crisis.
Yeah. It looks like there's actually I don't even know how I want to frame this like in my own consciousness, but it looks like there's a chance for like I wouldn't want to say redemption, but redemption, right? Like there is actually a chance for us to kind of clean up some of our shit fuckery here within the next few decades and to actually start doing some good. Of course, we're going to do it for our own reasons and for our own profit and to our own benefit. But I mean, that's exactly what that dude was trying to pitch to a bunch of corporate profiteers. Basically, it was like, hey, there's a shit ton of money to be made here if you can do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just it's the same reason that when I sat down with, apartment builders, yeah, you can rail on landlords all you want, and we do. But I sat there and quizzed them about what their eviction practices were over the last year, and people were not getting financing if they evicted people before the ban stepped in. You want to know why they didn't evict people? The people that didn't evict people didn't, because they knew the money would get cut off if they did. They didn't do it because they had the goodness of their heart. So you just have to realize who he's talking to and why to understand why he's saying what he's saying.
Yeah, and that's why I get angry at leftists. I really do. Because I saw it when when Neon posted it on Discord. I saw like a response to it. I've seen, I can see it in the YouTube comment. Like it's like that. Basically, the leftists basically shut down their brain to everything that man was saying, despite the fact that they don't understand he's a salesman for for environmental technological development. He is attempting to sell this idea right now, and he's not selling it to you. You're already an environmentalist. He's trying to get the people who actually run shit right now.
You're an Eskimo with blocks of ice. He's selling ice. He doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah. He's trying to get corporate capitalists on board, and you have to. And by the way, just in reference to Exol, we're not going to Afghanistan for our lithium. Don't worry about that. That's not a thing that's going to happen. Exol said, I'm just waiting for it to happen in Afghanistan again, because we pull out of Afghanistan. Afghanistan has lithium too. We have we had a huge find in Wyoming, like a massive source of lithium in Wyoming. We also have one in Nevada, and we also have them in South America. If you have to fuck around with the Taliban to get your lithium, and you could cut a deal with Argentina or Chile or Bolivia or Wyoming or Nevada, as opposed to fucking around in Afghanistan, you will do it.
Or just overthrow the Bolivian government.
Yeah. Which is what we did. All right. It's not cost benefit analysis, like just basic capitalist thought processes. Afghanistan isn't worth it. There's just too much additional cost that goes into that. You'd be better off just bribing some politicians on our side of the globe and go that way.
Afghanistan will never be worth it. Ever. Until all the Afghanis move out, because that culture will make you pay.
Honestly, I don't even see us doing it for that reason. I mean, I have to consult one other person I'd like to talk to like speak on that matter, but it seems more about denying Afghanistan to China. At this point, it seems like we're sort of withdrawing. We're sort of sliding a little bit, like, we'll keep some PMCs there because that's profitable for our military infrastructure. But to keep our military proper in the region is becoming more and more costly, and we're not that comfortable with that anymore. Plus, we are seeing a shift. Like, is it fair for me to say that the world of like a decade ago is going to cease? Like, if it hasn't already, it is ceasing to exist before our very eyes. And that like the economic and financial and energy and, logistics lines, all of that sort of is actually in a sort of evolutionary upheaval right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's changing so fast that my continuing education is bumped up to every 3 years to every year.
Yeah. It legitimately seems that way, that when I start to pay attention to demographers and economists and, logicians, everything is in flux right now. What used to be that thing that you grew up with, it's not going to exist in another 10 years. Like all of our standards of, we used to, like, cheap shit being made in China isn't even a thing anymore. Just so you know. All your cheap shit isn't.
China is no longer a low cost source of labor.
Yeah.
China is a source of expertise in specific areas. You can go to Shanghai and have 50,000 engineers applying for your job. Whereas in the United States, you go to LA and you might have 100. So that's why. So like my brother-in-law is a mechanical engineer for Trane or Ingersoll Rand or whoever owns Trane these days. And they go to China simply because they can set up shop for engineers and have 100,000 applicants tomorrow.
Yep. And Rabbit, I would recommend watching the video. If somebody's still got the link, Rabbit, it's worth watching. It legitimately is worth watching to know what we sort of spawned all of this conversation. But yeah, it's all, hey, there it is. It's all Bangladesh and Vietnam and Indonesia and stuff like that. If you go to Walmart and look at your cheap shit and where it's manufactured now, it's not in China anymore. There's a few hangovers, of course, but by and large, no. So yeah. And yeah, no, we are very resource rich, Wither. If you weren't aware, like this is legitimately probably the richest, like, developed continent. Africa is probably the richest in natural resources.
Afghanistan is probably the richest country by just per square mile.
Yeah.
The amount of resources in Afghanistan, the problem is getting to it.
It's a pain in the ass.
That's why China probably won't look to Afghanistan very much, is because if you look how they're connected and what you have to go through to get it through there, it ain't easy.
Yeah. And okay, cool. Yeah. And Rabbit. Yeah. That's exactly like, and it just annoys the ever-loving fuck out of me when leftists watch a video like that has so much good content in it. And it's so, I mean, if you're not involved in it, most Americans aren't aware of the very privileged position that they occupy. Like, we were getting into that mindset of a collapsing empire and that sort of thing. Like it was Britain in the 1970s or something, right? It's not that. It's not that at all.
If we don't move, we will be.
Yeah. But we have everything we need. We just have to shit or get off the pot.
And when he gets into the whole, we need a different ism, we can all take that for whatever he's trying to say, for what it, however, you can couch it however you want to. But what it comes down to is between, maybe even it goes back as far as 800 to 1500 AD, we had capitalism in various stages all across Europe, but nobody knew what to call it. Nobody called it capitalism. Maybe called it mercantilism, whatever. But we didn't know what to call it until 1750. We don't know what to call the next ism is, but it exists somewhere. That's the thing, is it's the proto versions of whatever the next ism is exists out there somewhere. We just haven't figured out, that's what's going to take hold next.
I mean, it's one of my favorite, like, that's the can we name it the nextism? Like, when was World War II declared World War II, right? Like, when was World War II declared? It was
1937.
Well,
maybe even 1931.
We didn't call it World War II until much later.
But I mean, yeah, but when did the war?
Yeah, when did the war declaration happen? But yeah, when did we actually call it World War II? That's the thing. And
probably
so
not until afterwards.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't until long over that we actually called it World War II. So this is to your point that the thing exists probably. We just haven't named it most likely, and we haven't adopted it en masse. It's sitting out there somewhere. We just have to take it off the shelf.
Just like Florence in 800 AD had a version of capitalism. It looks nothing like what we have today, but it was still private ownership of the means of production that was de-emphasized away from hereditary passing, that existed way back then. We didn't know that it was going to take hold in the 1500s. Nobody knew. But, the next ism is out there. It's somewhere.
And the fact that he said that in front of like that, honestly, that really struck me. That he said it to that room, because Swede knows that room, right? Like I've seen that kind of room before, being in the tech industry. I've done some keynotes and stuff like that, right? I know what that room looks like, but Swede specifically knows what that room looks like.
And there's a reason he said the next ism, because it's not going to be socialism or communism, and everybody knows that, and everybody's going to fight against that. So the reason he said that is because everybody already knows that. In the boardrooms I sit in, everybody already knows capitalism is, well, it may not be in its last leg. There's not a lot of legs left.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's a lot of these people don't have that kind of exposure. Socialism hasn't been the next ism for 100 years, says Rabbit. A lot of people don't have that kind of exposure. Like, I mean, Rabbit's privileged in this regard. You're privileged in this regard. I'm privileged in this regard, that we've seen into some of these arenas. We've seen what it looks like. I mean, you and I especially. Rabbit gets the academia side of it for sure, especially as an anthropologist. But to talk to people who, $25 million is nothing to them. Right? Like, to see how that decision-making process works for them. And it's, that's an entirely different demographic that you're talking to. That's an entirely different way of a group that you have to approach. And he does a very good job of it. I sincerely believe he reached his audience. And the fact that he stood up in front of them and said, yeah, like, we need a new ism. Whatever's coming next is the new ism, and we need it, because this shit isn't working for these numbers. So, yeah.
Neon, I exist as a meme on this channel, and I exist as an emote. That's what I do.
Yes. There's 3 emotes of Swede over on the Discord server, and 1 we brought into rotation. We retired Gay and Jana for you, Swede. That's what emote got retired, and for the Swede the fuck emote.
Yeah, after somebody said that labor doesn't produce value.
I still, that guy was fucking stupid as all hell. How does fresh water source calculate into the future of isms? Hugely. But also you have to understand per capita water, logistics lines for water, usage rates for water. Not only that, you have to understand potable water post-utilization, aquifer usage rates. You have to understand that, like, in China, over 50% of their water is classified as either a Category 4 or Category 5 water type for them, meaning industrial use only, or we water our fields with it, which for them is like the lowest rung. They grow their food with some of the worst water this world can see, post-industrial wastewater and shit like that. That's their lowest category. So like level 4 water tier for China is, we'll use it on our machines and use it for like cooling methodologies and that sort of thing. And then level 5 is we grow our crops with it. 50% of their water is tier 4 or 5. And I think something like 10 or 15% of it is completely unusable. It's just toxic beyond belief. So, you have to start considering this sort of intersectionalist nature of water, and how what rates of potable water you have, how big your country is, how much it demand, is it rich enough? Someplace like Israel has fairly successfully implemented desalination. They're wealthy enough and they have a low enough demand rate that they can utilize ocean water via, I think, 60 plus desalination plants at this point. So that factors in for them. America has a huge amount of fresh water. And we have the logistics lines and resource lines to get it if necessary.
However, go look at what's happening to Mexico City. Mexico City, the entire water system is based off the aquifer that sits underneath the city, and they've drained roughly 50% of it already.
Yeah.
And the city is sinking. It is literally collapsing upon itself.
That's aquifer usage rates. That's there's a technical term for that. My geology is failing me. Somebody want to hook me up with the term? My brain is, dude, geology I hated. What's the term for when it subduction? Thank you, Rabbit. It's been a lot of years since geology. Yeah. Let's see, my best guess from what I know so far is the next ism will probably have something to do with reclamation renewal, not the way most leftists use those words, probably something like environmentalism, but in a very particular way, said Rabbit.
But it won't be named until 200 years after its adoption.
100%. Yep. As Crystal so aptly pointed out, taxonomy comes after. That's igneous rocks are cool. That's all I remember.
Remember that France was still feudal until like the 1800s. So not everyone will adopt this at the same rate.
Ali is crying. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. We just got, we watched a keynote speech at a sustainability conference that specifically spoke to the capitalist mindset. And it was done very well. And so we're sort of just having a discussion, and Swede, who's on the line with me, let's just say has an understanding of economics and finance that a lot of us are not that privileged to have or lucky to have. Although that sort of takes away the work that Swede put in for that shit. So a lot of effort goes into maintaining that kind of knowledge set. So credit where credit's due. How was your stream, Ali? What did y'all do today? What did you guys get up to? And forgive my lighting. It's a little blown out. My light's having issues today. I made do. I got on stream. But my lighting is completely barked from what it would normally be. But yeah, what did y'all get up to? And thank you for the follow, Jonatoms. So yeah, it is fascinating to see how successfully positioned we are. Now we just have to shit or get off the pot, really. Like, we have to make a decision. And that worries me. Collective decision making in the United States is not something we're exactly known for unless we get the shit scared out of us. And what's his point to where he says, we're due. It's been 20 years since we've been scared like that, and we're due now.
It'll be interesting what the event is that will scare us.
It's
always a surprise.
Yeah. And it does take that, by the way, to motivate America into doing something. It's fear. We're a fear-driven society.
Fear-driven species.
That's fair. But yeah, we boyfriend application reviews. Okay, interesting. We just did leftist partner applications. Somebody throw me some more details. What the fuck does that look like? Conservatives have to be scared more into getting on board even more than the left. Did that event be COVID, or was that not intense enough? No, that wasn't intense enough. Yeah. I for a second, I don't believe COVID's going to be the motivating factor in all of this.
COVID didn't kill enough people for it to be that. And I know that sounds morbid, but It has to be a sudden surprise and totally unexpected. So it has to be 9/11, Pearl Harbor, gas shock, Cuban Missile Crisis, that level of, oh shit.
What would in your just take a shot in the dark? Just take a shot in the dark. What's something that you could see happening over the horizon that you'd be like, that could do it?
China, India.
Go into war with one another?
Yep.
Okay.
Limited war, and then it would scare the shit out. That was going to scare the shit out of people because that could go nuclear.
Oh, yeah, it could. I've always been worried about India and Pakistan, to be perfectly honest. They always struck me as batshit insane and nukes. Slyback, I have to do my obligatory fuck Guy Debord. It's nothing against his philosophies. It's nothing against his theory. It's nothing against the Society of the Spectacle. It has to do with his writing style that just drives me insane. It's a thing I have. It's one of my pet peeves. Debord's writing style, for some reason, irks me. And so every time anybody brings, yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, fuck Guy Debord. But yes, you are correct in that. In that like criticism though, Sly, that it does have to conform to our culture of spectacle. Okay, so India, China going at it. So I mean,
I don't even know how to do it. That's over there. That's
interesting. Yeah, like that's the thing. I was thinking something like climate refugee territory. Like if all of a sudden, like,
we would have to have millions of people showing up.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is like all of South America just pushing north. Because the scale of which it would be necessary to motivate Americans into that kind of action is, I don't know. Yeah, like I have trouble envisioning it, but I mean, I would have had trouble envisioning most of the incidents that Swede mentioned. Right? It's difficult to see that kind of stuff happen sometimes. So we shall see. No, I haven't, Neon.
Maybe environmental terrorism from Mexico, based on the fact that we pretty much eat all their water to begin with.
That is true.
Colorado River and other things.
I mean, and that domestic sympathizers too would go a long way, because Kat has been predicting for ages now that Gen Z, the Zoomers, are going to go eco-fash on us. And there's already some indicators showing that they have some sympathies that may make a few of us uncomfortable.
Climate change and the climate migration, not necessarily from outside of our country, but internally from the Sun Belt back into the Rust Belt, would be fascinating. Especially for how the Rust Belt states are still organized and run.
Caboose, eco-fascists are literally just fascists that are concerned with the environment. The long story short is that people unironically advocating for like green police, green Gestapo showing up at your house with like green armbands on and forcing you into the environmental work camp. And they're cool with it. They're like, yeah, fuck yeah, we have to do something, and if people won't get on board, then we will make them get on board. That. Eco-fascism. Jonathan's, it freaks me the fuck out. Devil Boy, Gen Z is eco-fash low key, I know from experience. Yeah, I one of my longtime community members and mod and that friend, Catasilo, has been calling that for ages now. That watch, Gen Z is going to go eco-fash on us. But yeah, as to what kicks us in the pants to get it done, climate crisis won't cause a reaction, but the people suddenly showing up in a new region because of a 5-year drought will. Green anarchism or not. Anarchists, I'm a post-left, post-anarchist, and I happen to be an environmentalist because I'm from Vermont, but that doesn't factor into my anarchism. I know like Bookchin brought in a whole bunch of the environmentalists and stuff into the anarchist milieu as a result of some of his theory. I don't integrate it into my anarchist theory as sort of as a tent pole of sorts. But I am an environmentalist. I mean, anybody born in Vermont and raised in Vermont to any extent is a tree hugger. It just comes with the territory, but it's not an aspect. I think that it's part of the whole. Let's just say I'm let's add an adjective, right? I'm a post-left, I am a holistic post-left, post-anarchist. All right. I think that there's an element of intersectionalism that is necessary for any functioning human being, whether you're an anarchist or not. I think that you have to consider class. I think you have to consider race. I think you have to consider the environment. I think you have to consider the finance sector. I think you have to consider all of these things with a sort of pragmatic and realistic approach while utilizing your anarchistic lens of analysis. And to do anything less is to sort of do yourself a disservice, as well as to, operate a little dishonestly. Post, exactly. Oh yeah, Crystal, we're all fucking tree huggers up in Vermont. There's a few that aren't, but for the most part, yeah, it's very environmentally centric. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, but yeah, no, I thought the video was overall pretty well pointed, pretty well messaged to who he was talking to. And if you're on the left and you don't take it for who he's talking to, you're an idiot. So I'm just gonna lay that out there right there.
Yeah.
And I would say if you're looking for the nuggets to get into, spend a lot more time on the demographics, because that's going to tell you the story of the next 20 to 30 years.
That's where my eye-opening moment was because that Polymatter series starts with demography, China's demography specifically, compared to American demography, and that was an enlightening moment.
There's going to be 30 million single Chinese men without a woman within their age range.
38
million
Chinese men that won't have an option for a partner unless they're all of a sudden going to stop being a highly patriarchal society and critical towards homosexuality and bisexuality and pansexuality. There are 38 million Chinese potential incels.
And prostitution.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
You could actually have the seeds of societal collapse within that group of people right there.
I couldn't even imagine beginning to contend with that issue, but they're going to have to. Won't have a Chinese option for a female spouse. No, and they are already looking abroad and that sort of thing. But, oh yeah, John and Tom's, we covered that in the video. Fucking, yeah. 1 isn't replacement. 2.18, I think, is technically replacement for the U.S. I don't know what China needs for replacement value, but 1 ain't cutting it.
2.3 is usually what you think of because you need the 0.3 for the Darwins.
There you go. All right. Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, when you start investigating the demography thing, it also, I mean, that's, I had no idea the power of the age pyramid as far as demographers and economists were concerned, like how much they could relatively accurately predict off of this one chart. It was staggering to see, like, oh shit, like this may be the most important thing in our lives on a global scale for a while. Like these demography charts, as far as age pyramids go, are telling a story of things to come, and it's not looking great for a lot of countries.
We're going to see this a lot worldwide too, because we're going to hit that peak of 8.5, 9 billion soon-ish, and then it's going to fall. And it's going to fall because the world is getting richer. And what happens when the world gets richer and Africa gets richer and becomes joins, I guess, the trade circles around the world, is that you'll see lower birth rates all around the world. And for an environmentalist, that's, you get a round of applause, because nothing does more environmental harm than a new baby being born.
Yep. But for an economist,
For the world economy, if it happens too rapidly, too quickly, it could be detrimental.
go ahead. No, I don't believe in overpopulation. I believe in
The world could handle 25, 30 billion.
yeah. It's a logistics issue. It's not a population issue.
Africa is and I know people hate talking about Africa as a continent. They usually think you should talk about it in countries, but Africa as a continent as a whole, and I mean this, has a very special problem. They don't have a Mississippi or Missouri River. They don't have, the Nile only goes so far before you hit rapids. And that's about the only real navigable river that you've got within the African continent that passes through major metropolitan areas. Most of the rest of it is coastbound, and so you have this really weird, interesting travel and trade issue that you've
It's
got with
essentially
Africa.
it's essentially an like an archipelago of sorts, isn't it?
Yeah, where they haven't figured out how to build canoes yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's oh, that would be a hell of a fucking works project, Neon. Um And just to cover my bases, somebody asked above, I will speed run this. Also, anarchist without adjectives. I did see that about the virginity statistics. And somebody asked above what a post-left, post-anarchist is. I will speed run this. Post-leftism is an anarchistic position that doesn't leave leftism, but steps back from leftism. So imagine your political compass, right? You're stepping backwards. It's another axis. And it's just a methodology of analysis for anarchists to look at the leftist practices that occur on a day-to-day basis and in the grand scheme of things and say, do these align with, do we have conflicts? Do we have problems with some of the stratification, professionalism, substitutionalism, hierarchical organizational structures, and stuff like that within the leftist spaces, right? It's a critique of leftist spaces as an anarchist. It isn't you leaving leftism and becoming like an alt-right or anything like that. It's just saying, look, we're all adults here and I am an anarchist. Even though I exist within leftist spaces, we have some criticisms. And so let's talk about them. That is post-leftism as an anarchist. It is that is post-leftism. It is an anarchist position. Post-anarchism is, long story short, I can condense a shit ton of meta-ethics and philosophy down to something really simple. The anarchism was in you the whole time. Post-anarchism is a reclaiming of originalist anarchist positions and saying, look, the fact of the matter is that you don't need 15 years of theory. You don't need to necessarily have thrown a fucking brick through a Starbucks window. The fact of the matter is if you can look at yourself and look at the Foucaultian power dynamics analysis is probably how this would be classified. If you can look at how you develop and maintain relationships with others and adjust those to a more anarchistically oriented position, then congratulations, you already know how to be an anarchist. That's sort of post-anarchism. There's a lot more to all of this, but this is the condensed version, long story short. And so, I think that, we've known for ages now that Africa is going to be a gold mine if you can figure out how to make it work. It's just an issue of making it work. And transportation's been an issue in Africa for ages, and everybody's looked at it knows that.
I'll tell you just how bad it is. The river that Victoria Falls flows over, there wasn't a bridge that was put over that until 1905. You had to go around.
Yep. So it's essentially just a undeveloped archipelago at this point with a series of disparate communities and cultures and trading patterns and economies.
With borders drawn by old white men.
Yes. I mean,
but yeah. The next great public works project will be the resources in Africa, and until we can figure that out, we haven't figured it out. Every African colony was a loss for Europeans in the 18 and 1900s. So they couldn't figure it out then. We can't figure it out now. And the problem is generally the government corruption, because they can't have a stable government because we keep toppling them.
Well, but Elon's dad needs a gem mine.
Oh, I know.
But Uncle Sweet, how else am I going to get my apartheid blood gems? God damn it.
King Leopold.
Their little baby hands are so good at sorting things. We need the child labor. It's a rough fucking go, but yeah, no, it is becoming increasingly fascinating as an American to sort of recontextualize our position in the world, given all of this. And I mean, it's old hat for you, but this is your milieu, this is your community, and so this is like talking tech development with me. It's like, yeah, we've known about that since '74, that sort of thing. But yeah, the fact that actually America is positioned insanely well, given what's facing the global economy right now. We just have to make a few tough decisions. But other than that, it's actually surprisingly optimistic.
South Africa wasn't all that profitable until major slavery was brought in, and South Africa was pretty much independent at that point, and their entire economy was built off the backs of slaves. So bringing up South Africa is really bad as far as saying that they were a success.
How do you feel about this? And somebody asked earlier, they said, I thought you aren't an anarcho-syndicalist. Swede is an anarcho-syndicalist. I advocate for anarcho-syndicalism as an achievable step. I'm not an anarcho-syndicalist proper. I'm comfortable with them, and I think it's an achievable step that we need to take that's in the correct direction I would like to head. But, as for being one, I wouldn't stop there. That's the thing, is I would keep on plugging.
Well, even anarcho-syndicalists, such as myself, admit it's not the stopping point. We're just not going to prescribe what happens after the mass.
No project of projects.
We need to organize labor first.
Without adjectives, asked this question or stated this, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this one. If Africa implemented a market socialism instead of African Marxism-Leninism, they could compete with the EU or the US.
Until the transportation system is figured out. Sorry. There's no market if you can't get your products in a timely fashion to where they need to be.
So the transportation system really is a prerequisite to the market structure, and that's why having the navigable river system that we had was the boon that it was.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, even you look at Europe, the geographic determinism of Europe, you could put ethnic Indians on Europe and you still get Europe today. This isn't a racial thing.
How would you, this is a big question that a lot of people, really have, think tanks have worked on this one. I understand the scale of the question, the scale and scope of the question I'm about to put to you. How would you bootstrap that? How do you get the infrastructure?
Good question.
Okay.
I mean, we've been trying to do it for 150 years now. How do you solve a problem that hasn't been solved in 150 years? And the answer is just organically through time. Transportation, I mean, how did the caravan lines get drawn from Timbuktu to Thebes? They organically just
They
appeared.
did them. So it's basically going to be up to isolated. So this is basic cybernetic theory. Like, this is where I come into play, sort of stuff. Like, while I may not be the most versed in the market development and economic side of that sort of thing, as far as network topological development goes, vis-a-vis distributed network topologies. So basically, the nodes on the map have to create an interwoven spiderweb structure. So each node on the map has to develop something that begins creating that transportation network for itself. And then eventually, as they evolve, they interconnect and become mutually dependent and reciprocal.
Because even under socialism, if you're not producing something that other people want, there's going to be no reason for there to be a transportation network built to you. You have to create something that other people want. You have to create value through your labor and then bring it to the outside world, whether that's under communism, socialism, or any ism that you can possibly think of. It doesn't matter. If there's going to be no road to your village if nobody wants what your village produces.
Yeah, there's no reason to go to and fro from your village, or if there's no reason for the node on the network to have communication, then there's no reason for the communication lines to exist. So, interesting.
Some of that is fixed with satellite. Some of that is fixed with satellite internet. Some of that is fixed with a lot of things. But as far as hardline getting physical product and physical resources to be moved, they've got to have some level of production that the world wants.
Which is where the wealth of Africa truly lies at the moment. They're not ready to be an information economy or anything such like India. They have stuff that we want, but without a means to get it reliably and bring machinery in and extraction and that sort of thing. It's a
Cupcake's actually correct. A lot of the terrain within Africa, wheels were just not suited for.
It's a bootstrapping issue. Interesting. Africa has a bootstrapping issue, which traditionally is a technological hurdle. This is something technologists are familiar with, is the bootstrapping issue. Please.
I think that rail is the next big thing that needs to be, a rail network is the first thing that needs to go in there, because you can move 60 tons of goods with 1 gallon of gasoline with rail.
Oh yeah, it's, dude, those which CX I forget which fucking, yes, them. Yeah, some of their diesel electric locomotives, the efficiency rate on their hauling is staggering.
Could leave them as diesel and they would actually be carbon neutral because of the amount of carbon they're saving from other methods.
Yeah. I remember looking at efficiency rates for CSX rail locomotives a few years back, like maybe a decade back, and it was astounding. I was like, holy shit. Talk about having figured something out. It's impressive. So yeah, so there needs to be a rail program at a continental level for Africa for them to really kickstart the next phase.
Which means you have to end black nationalism and nationalism within Africa.
Oh, and as Rabbit pointed out, all of Africa doesn't necessarily even want a unified Africa. So
I just said what I said.
Yeah. Wow. So basically the future of Africa is to be carved up in a bunch of colonial segments by European, Asian, and New World powers, isn't it?
By the banks.
All
It'll
right.
be done by the bank. It'll be done by the banks at the behest of the miners and the infrastructure builders and the first line manufacturers who need the raw materials. And it will be done starting with the IMF and the World Bank.
There you go.
So if you want to know which country is getting rail and which country is getting developed first, follow the IMF and the World Bank and where the loans are coming from and where they're going to.
What's your overall opinion on China's Belt and Roads Initiative? It doesn't seem effective, right? Like I asked you that a little bit before, that they're not going to get the payout they want off of that because they're not doing it correctly.
They're not doing it as ruthlessly. It's not near as bad as we continue to be in ours. Like I don't believe that they're going to overthrow governments like we will. Like our CIA is professional at that. I mean,
We're practiced.
give the devil his due. I mean,
They're good at what they do. They are.
they're good at what they do. And so are the hitmen. So are the either you agree with the economic hitmen, or you get replaced, or you get overthrown. It's a 3-step process, and we try our best to give you loans first. And if you don't do that, then we have to go to plans B and C. I don't think China is ever willing to go to plan B and C, and so they're being very diplomatic with option A, which I think is actually better for the continent itself, but I don't think they're going to have the same levels of influence that they think they're going to have through that system.
Yeah, because without the stick for the carrot stick approach, there really isn't, you feel more comfortable telling them to fuck off when you don't have to worry about the entire Marine, division of Marines showing up on your doorstep tomorrow.
Or half the military deciding that you don't deserve to be in power anymore.
Yeah. So
and the other half not caring because their paycheck is still good.
Interesting. And John and Tom's, they're too fucking good at what they do. They are. It's terrifying how amazingly skilled at certain things the CIA is.
If you think the CIA doesn't have a list of African generals with loyal armies ready to topple their governments tomorrow, you're insane.
Yeah, Rabbit's pointing out that we do this in the U.S. We do micro loans for inner city development, that California isn't clamoring to be more closely united with Kansas and that sort of thing. Interesting. So, well, it is a fascinating. I think I'll hang around for another 10 years. Fuck it. Everybody who knows me knows, like, I live in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? Like, my continued existence on this plane is always sort of a we'll see sort of situation. But to be perfectly honest, I kind of really am fascinated. I want to see what this next 10 years for the U.S. and the globe play out like.
I don't have the pain. I feel you. I kind of want to be around.
Yeah, this is going to be some very interesting times. I wasn't alive for the last round of that sort of immigration influx, industrial development, fucking shining beacon on the hill sort of moment for the US. And don't get me wrong, everybody, don't think this is some nationalist bullshit that I'm spouting. This is just sheer human curiosity at this point. But it's
morbid curiosity.
Yeah, morbid curiosity. It's happening whether you want it to or not. Here's the lesson of the day. If you've learned anything from watching that dude's video, we have a lot of ideas as leftists, and at a interpersonal level, at a microcosmic level, we can implement them. You know what? I fucking trust me. I've done my fair share of this stuff. At a microcosmic example, and within the nodal structure that you have access to, we can do all sorts of changing and shifting and tonal changes within spaces towards leftist ideals, right? But brass tacks, the motherfuckers that are running shit right now, who are not going to be relinquishing the reins of power anytime soon, are, I don't know, how do I want to, what verbiage should I use, Sweet?
You're not going to raise arms against the U.S. military by yourself,
Yeah.
because that's what it would be like.
Yeah. The financiers are running shit right now.
Charge of the Light Brigade. That's how massacred you'll get if you think you can get a revolution through.
Chucksernator tech. What do you mean by technology is capped? It's boring. Do you mean that we've hit a ceiling, or that it's being purposefully held down?
Energy storage is very. We haven't found the next thing for energy storage. Battery technology is pretty much how big can we make them. Energy density is still dwarfed by petroleum.
Oh, okay. So that is I've seen that so many times in my life. You will be proven wrong tomorrow. It's as simple as that. We're all done with technology, just implementing it. Sure. I remember that rhetoric from the 80s involving personal computing. I remember that rhetoric from hard drive storage technology developers in the 90s. Yeah. No.
When I installed my 170 megabyte hard drive in 1992, and then when I installed my NVMe, thing
Yeah.
for terabytes, it's totally capped.
Yeah, it's no. Technological development is geometric, and that's what a style of development that most people don't understand. Every time you create something new, it's not added to the pile. It's literally a node in a web of technologies that now creates a new network structure by interconnecting to all of them. The best example is your cell phone. CMOS imaging technology. Now you have high definition cameras on your cell phones. How does that affect? What does that affect? It affected filmmaking. It affected how we interact with the police and the police state. It interacted, right? Like this is the technological development is geometric.
Limited by energy generation. That's essentially what we're limited by.
What in the ever loving fuck is happening out there?
But the one thing that we are limited by is energy storage, and the fact of the matter is that's why we still have to use petroleum, because BTUs per volume measurement, petroleum just dwarfs everything. Exploding long dead plants is really efficient.
Yeah, Rabbit. Remember when Johnny Mnemonic was premised on the idea that 1 gig was so much storage, computers had to use human brains? Yeah, good time. Now we can get 2 terabytes on our pinky nail, in a fucking very stable format, storage format. Yeah.
In
Life can't get any better than this. Nothing we could possibly imagine. Why would we specifically want it? We can. Jesus Christ.
Troll.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking. That's redundant. Just
what says otherwise.
Yeah. Rev. There are jetpacks. Those exist now. Jetpacks are a thing. Like,
I want my hover.
Yeah. I have 2 8 terabyte drives in my computer right now. Caboose said after when he had 600 gig hard drive. Yeah, I've got many terabytes in this house. The NAS server that I run has a bunch of multi-terabyte drives in it. My primary rig, Sarasvati, that I'm running this off of right now, has a bunch. SSD, old school platter, as well as NVMe M.2s. Yeah. So, no, I pay no heed to those that say we've capped our we have maxed our technological development. People who say stuff like that don't understand technological development usually.
In 1899, the U.S. Patent Office said everything that can be invented has been.
Yep. Yeah. I'm waiting for the day we can finally shrink graphics cards so you can have an 8K gaming computer the size of your smartphone. Well, I mean, this shit makes the Apollo
Give it 30 years.
the Apollo computer look like, I mean, Jesus, right? Like
The
we've
entire Apollo computer had the processing capacity of a 386 DX66.
yeah, well, most of these people weren't alive for a 386 platform, so we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, we flew to the moon on a calculator, folks. Do you know what we
It was
can?
a TI-85.
Yeah. Types things out on a 4-year-old laptop that needs to have a 10-year-old 14 gig USB drive insert to be able to upgrade the Windows update. Sorry, Mr. Piece of Work. That's rough. 5 musical greeting cards could have outpaced the Apollo computer. That is true. Cassie, I literally said that to Bobby. Yep. I'm convinced Kai's hard drive is a bunch of motherboards making up the glue for his walls. I've got 2 NVMe.2s in my. I use Samsung for those drives. I forget who the manufacturer. I think it's probably Seagate for. Oh no, I think Seagate manufactured the old platter, and I use Samsung SSDs as well. Samsung, even though they're problematic as an organization, most corporate structures are. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism, and so far over the course of my IT career, Samsung solid state drives have proven the most reliable, at least the professional grade ones. Spend a little extra, folks.
Yeah, the 980 series NVMe.2s, 2 terabyte, $400, all worth it.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. What you can't see is the water-cooled mainframe with spool drives Kai keeps in the closet for nostalgia. I do have some old gear. I don't have any spool drives or anything like that, Rabbit, but I have some old Cisco gear from back in the day. In case I ever have to, rebuild the internet, I guess, and I have to do some bridge routing stuff. I've got some old Cisco gear. I've got a couple of Dell PowerEdge blades as well. Laying around, if you work on cars, you pick up pieces of cars. If you work on computers, you pick up pieces of computers.
You probably know the name Sandy Lerner then.
Oh yeah, of course. You've mentioned this before though. What is she? She's one of your relatives.
Yeah, she's a cousin.
Yeah, she co-founded Cisco.
Yep. With her pseudo husband Len.
Yeah, she's one of the Cisco co-founders.
Who
Nothing.
beat MIT team by 1 week for the network switching.
Nice. Nothing like a blade from 2001 to make you think, Jesus, this POS weighs too damn much. Yeah. Nowadays, I mean, they're just right in back. Fucking the one I have in the closet right over here is, 50 pounds, something like that. 40 pounds, maybe. It's not a light piece of kit.
You don't have a petabyte.
Oh, when the economics of scale get there, I will. Yeah. I that would be it. I probably wouldn't do a single petabyte drive. I would probably do high terabyte count drives in some sort of, even if we get there and that sort of thing. Like, I want the redundancy because as stands, like right now, my NAS server has redundant 8 terabyte drives that make up the backbone of it. And so the actual pool for the media drive on my NAS server is comprised of, I think it's comprised of 8 hard drives Yeah, there's 9 drives in the computer. There's 8 drives, but there's functionally only 4 because each of those drives is mirrored. And so I like redundancy. So yeah, I have, let's see, that's, sorry. Yeah. So I have 32 terabytes in the media pool for the NAS server, and then I'm probably sitting on 40 to 42 terabytes, just for what I run, in this house. So yeah.
Need another 120 film fan. You got one?
Maybe. I'll look. I think I've got a couple 80s laying around that are high quality. But if you need a fan, just buy Noctua. People do not cheap out on your fans. Just get a Noctua fan. I know they're fucking stupid expensive for what they are, but they're really well made and they're really quiet.
Yeah, I bought my my air coolers a Be Quiet, so they make usually pretty good ones.
Let's see. My uncle farted in an elevator one-on-one with Charles Koch. Not super relevant, but I love dropping that little fun fact everywhere I can. John Atoms, I love it. That's fucking brilliant. I had a friend who cut his teeth sorting stacks for his developer friends back in the 80s. He likes to brag. You know, for geeks, we sure did work out a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it is true. How do I spell what, Crystal? Aviators. Convinced that without quantum computing, we'll never achieve true artificial intelligence. We'll see. But yeah.
Crystal, it's THAT. That's how you spell that.
Noctua. They do make the best fans in the industry. Very few people will debate that. Yeah.
They also make the best coolers.
Beast of a fucking cooler. Turd. Welcome to what used to make me I loved hearing that every fucking time because I got known for that to a certain extent locally. Short of sending a drive to OnTrack for salvage in one of their clean labs, I was basically the go-to guy in Vegas for a few years that if you lost data, it had to come across my doorstep. And motherfucker, we all see you guys coming. Yep. Kai, hard drive recovery is about $1,000, which is out of my budget. Do you know of a cheaper service? No. The software that they use these days is hit and miss at best, like undelete software and stuff like that. What actual drive data recovery looks like is a little more technical and a little more low level than what I would ever recommend the average user attempting to undertake. If the data is actually valuable to you, whether it's sentimental or for economic reasons, seek out somebody who has experience doing data recovery. Please do not attempt to do it yourself. Make sure the drive is disconnected as well. As soon as you know you need data recovery done, disconnect that drive from the system. Do not allow it to power on or run any further, and seek out somebody who actually knows what they're doing with data recovery, because it is an art as well as much as a science. It's you dropped an external drive 3 feet to the floor. If it's an old school platter, somebody with expertise needs to see it. They may have to fix the arm. They may have to actually take it apart and fix some of the spring work in it. Who knows? And if the arm's scraped across the platters, it gets very iffy then. There's no quick fix that I can tell you. All I can tell you is anytime somebody called me and said, hey, I need data recovery done, I lost X, Y, or Z, little raging capitalist boner, because there's no cheap way to do it and you need somebody with expertise. Yeah.
Well, it's just like natural selection. If you have a niche thing that you solve, your survival is much more likely.
Yeah. First guy that really sort of gave me credibility here in the data recovery worked for the petroleum industry. He was high level consultant for the petroleum industry, and he lost all of his spreadsheets. His drive started clicking and refused to boot up, and he continued trying to work with it, and he had somebody else look at it, and so they fucked around, like they plugged it into a system and ran the drive, which is a whole other ball game. Like I said, unplug immediately. And so yeah, I didn't think I was gonna get anything, but I learned a bunch of stuff on that drive, and I learned that I was a little more capable than I thought I was, and I got him all of his data back, and he used to send me people. He spoke my praises locally and to others within the industry that he would interact with. And he'd be like, "Oh no, I got a guy." Like, and so yeah, that's where I cut my teeth, was on a petroleum industry consultant who completely lost all of his numbers. Lost at least 2 drives without backups. Oh yeah. 3 years of music files, folks. Can't tell you how many people's family photos, work photos, wedding photos, and vacation photos we saved. We always saw them coming. Yep, Cassidy. There's just sorry. There's no other option. You need to pay me. If it were somebody private, like if it were family photos and stuff like that, I usually did it at just a normal rate. But if you're going to come at me from industry and be like, we fucked up, we didn't have backups, we did, I make money from this data and we didn't back it up. Oh yeah, I saw you coming miles away. You gotta pay through the fucking nose for that shit. And the mirrors of those drives are stored off site, I hope, says Rabbit. Exactly. Like, yeah.
Anyway, I think I need to go to bed.
Thank
Midnight.
you. Thank you for your thank you for the expertise consultation, Sweet. Thank you for your opinion on the video.
No problem. It's been fun.
Everybody, Irish Swede. The meme, the legend, the emote.
Yeah, we're about to see a bunch of it. Spam it.
There it is. There's the emote.
Even my wife was impressed with the fact that I'm an emote.
Yep. Caboose made the emote. Swede posed for it on video. I did the screen grabs. Caboose did the emote cutout work. And Duffy requested it as an emote. So that is how it came to be. Credit where credit's due.
I think the third one's better than that one.
Well, all three. Yep, team effort. All three are available on the Discord server. So if you want to use them on Discord, they're all there. I think. Let's see. They're named Defuck, and I believe is what they were named. But sleep well, Swede. I hope you have a productive day or night or whatever the fuck is coming up next for you.
All right. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.
Later, man. Let's see. Drop that. Hey, Jonathan's. Glad I could help out. Wait till you catch a theology stream. Those always get interesting. They're some of my favorites. It's when we do theology. Political theory, economics, and theology tend to be the sort of spaces we circle in this community. My first laptop hard drive crashed to blue. Had a friend who said, well, sucks for you. Try the freezer trick. Managed to get one last DOS boot, copied the files, never got a redundant backup since. I've never not had a redundant backup since. Yeah, fuck yeah, Rabbit. Yeah. folks, back up your fucking data. Don't forget meatheadism. Yeah, I mean, it's already like Cassidy. It's happening, right? Like there is growth. Like I've noticed probably a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch already. Like shit is changing. Like the muscle growth is happening, and it's happening at a rate that no natty would ever be able to accomplish. Nobody who's naturally working at this at age 40, like I am, would be able to pull this off in like a month. Yeah. So many jokes. Rabbit, you old fucking man. You old perv. Fascinated with theology, even as an agnostic atheist. Too many lefties tend to take the greasy Redditor atheist stance and don't want to talk about the hows and whys behind why people believe what they do. Religion is so important for yes. Religion is so important for many people. John Toms, I've been an ordained minister for 18 years. I very much like talking with Christians, and then telling them they're bad Christians if they are. I don't come at, but if you come in this chat like preaching gospel and shit like that and condemning people, I'm going to hit you, but I'm not going to hit you as a non-believer. I'm going to hit you as a Christian, right? I'm a non-believer. I'm sorry. It's just the word of man. A couple of good ideas, right? But that's how I hit them. I hit them with Bible quotes. I hit them as an ordained minister. Like it's all right. Let's play. And I've done a fair lick of comparative religious studies in my life as well. So, yeah, it's always a fun time when we get some theology going up in here. Crystal, not if you're not doing it naturally. Just saying. Kai's not doing this as a natty run. Ibutamorin, MK66, ibutamorin. So for endogenous HGH production has been increased. Testosterone levels are being exogenously increased. There's also creatine monohydrate in the mix and a few other things. So some research compounds, some anabolics, a bunch of stuff I'm playing around with. Not to weightlifter levels, but my test levels are not natural for someone of my age. They have been artificially increased a little bit. So, yeah, not doing a natty run. I'm too old for that shit. Let's see. What baffles me is right-wing skeptics. Oh, yeah, that's a whole fucking thing. Oh, Hassan. I was ignorant to your experimentation. Yes, Crystal. Better living through chemistry. I don't have to answer to WADA. I don't have any professional sports committees that I have to answer to. There's no contractual requirements for me. And again, none of this is health advice or medical advice or legal advice. Consult your doctors and attorneys wherever you may lie. But yes, better living through chemistry, 100%. Yeah, exactly. No piss tests here. Actually, Crystal, yeah, I kind of want to do some meatheadism. We did a bunch of economics and demography and stuff like that. Crystal, if you're down for a conversation on air, I would like to pick your brain a little. By all means, we could do a little anarcho meatheadism. You know the deal, Crystal. Jump into voice chat. I'll move you over to on air. Yeah, little anarcho meatheadism. And for those of you who don't know, over on the Discord server, there is literally an anarcho meathead section. We do have people who like the punchy boy sports. We do have people who like physical and athletic activity in our community. So there is, that sort of thing going on as well. We aren't elitist in that regard, shall we say. Anarcho-Roganism. That's the thing. I mean, for all of his problems and foibles and hang-ups and right-wing eccentricities, voice, Crystal, you can't get into on air. I'll move you. Just go to voice. I do have a fair amount of overlap with Rogan in behavior pattern, like behavior stuff as far as willingness to experiment with compounds and research chemicals. And no, stay there, stay. Nope, gotta stop moving. You're fine. Stay where you are. Don't click voice chat.
Okay.
You have to go. Oh.
Privacy.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you start in.
Okay, because I can like barely hear you, so I'm like, wait.
Yeah, you start. Yeah, stay where you are. You start in voice chat, and then I move you up to on air, so people can't just walk into the on air channel.
Okay. I had to adjust your sound just like how I did that video the last time.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's a likable dude, very relatable. He just platforms the wrong people way too often. I agree with that. As far like likable dude, modern Rogan is different from old Rogan. I prefer old Rogan. And Rabbit Rogan would be fine if he just stuck to the meathead stuff and didn't try to be deep. I agree 100% with that statement. Just Joe, shut the fuck up on most things. Definitely has the HGH diabetes belly thing going on for sure. That
Not too long ago, I had seen a thing of him on the Green Room. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And at him at that stage, I was like, okay, I respect that, but like, I know how he is now. So I saw that like a few weeks ago, and I was like, okay, why didn't you stay humble? Like, come on, man. Why do you have to be so opinionated on dumb shit?
I mean, the insulin resistance that his body has developed as a result of those HGH injections is apparent.
Yeah. I'm curious about how his organs look.
Well, that's the thing, is when you're playing around with those kind of levels. Right now, I'm last test, which was done 2 weeks ago prior, and then last week results were in for the testosterone levels and estradiol. The estradiol was sub 12, and the testosterone levels were, I think, 726. And I started. I'm sorry. They were 713, and I started at 526. And keep in mind, I'm almost 40. So, you know, my doctor is comfortable playing around with the range. So we're going to shoot for 1100 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, which for a 40-year-old is ridiculous.
Well, he's probably trying to see what the cause and effect is going to be.
Yes. Yeah. I've gotten some leniency from him in my sort of self-administered regimen as a result of showing him that I could control these numbers better than his regimen could, because when I went in for the second follow-up, he asked if I was on an aromatization blocker due to my low estradiol levels. And for those of you who don't know, Crystal has a degree in sports. How do I want to define it?
Exercise science.
Exercise science. Thank you. So familiar with meatheadism to one degree or another. He was so shocked by my low levels of estradiol. He was like, "Are you on an aromatization blocker?" I'm like, "No, I just modified your protocol. That's all." And so he sort of was, he actually fist bumped me at the end of the meeting. He's like, you're good. So I've been given some leniency to play with levels and stuff like that, showing that I know what I'm doing here. And so, yeah, like right now I'm running 0.8 cc's, but twice a week. So 0.4 mil per injection to keep the estradiol levels down. That way you don't have high aromatization and you have less DHT production and less estradiol production downstream from that. So that's the regimen as far as that's concerned. I started seeing results faster. My metabolism is psychotic though. I will confess to that. Like, I've always been that guy. If I take the drugs with you, I will be up before you. I will peak higher and I will be down before you.
Did they do any kind of testing to see how ectomorphic you were versus mesomorphic?
He hasn't. I do. God, I want to say somebody did that testing though, like in my early 20s.
Okay.
That may have been my naturopath that did that, actually.
So side note, there's a huge echo for me right now. There's a major delay on the audio versus your visual.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's, like, messing me up right now.
The delay, just get used to it. It's just a thing.
Okay.
So stop looking at the screen. Mute Twitch if you haven't already done that. So you and I will just be communicating over Discord for all intents and purposes.
Okay, so I just closed out of Twitch because
the
echo was like throwing me off, and I was really focusing on like your current stuff, but trying to ignore your echo.
Yeah, don't.
I just closed it out. It's all right.
Ignore Twitch. So yeah, no, I seem to recall maybe my naturopath did that when I was like 24, 25, something like that. So a whole bunch of testing my naturopath did, including like a bunch of genetic tests and vitamin B metabolization, like MTFHR variants and stuff like that. She did a whole host. Like, I have a packet from her.
Wow.
That was a rundown.
So you're like pretty much an ideal experiment subject in the fact that you've had a lot of testing and you're willing to do a lot of different stuff.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I already, like, I have progressive small fiber neuropathy, and as far as the medical industry is concerned, it's idiopathic, even though we've ruled out so much shit that it has to be autoimmune, but nobody will own up to it. And so, like, this body's falling the fuck apart, right? Like, I'm miserable 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as far as my physical being goes. Like, my legs are on fucking fire. My hands are fucking tingling right now. Like, you can see me playing with my nose. It's because the nervous tissue in my nose right now is firing off from the neuropathy. And so it's polyneuropathy, so it can affect any part of my body, right? So at a certain point, I was already comfortable with experimentation and research, chemicals and stuff like that from very early on. When I learned at age 14 that I could hack my brain utilizing some simple molecules, I was in. Right. I'm in. I'm already on board, sort of thing. And, fast forward to being like middle-aged basically and already having degrading health qualities and that sort of thing. It's like, fuck it. Who cares? Right. The ship is sinking anyway. Like,
make me Captain America.
Yeah. Right. Who gives a fuck? Let's try this shit. And so, yeah, I have no problem throwing research chemicals at it. When I had a shoulder injury this last time, I mean, we were talking like potential rotator cuff stuff. I did a 4-week cycle of BPC 157 and TB 500 injections. I mean, you close Twitch, but like, I'm just doing overall arm movements right now, like up, down, around, like they're fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, rotator cuff stuff is really complicated because there's so many connections to the shoulder blade, and from what like the stabilizers versus the actual like movers, and yeah, it's really complicated to really help someone rehab properly and get everything in line. So that's cool that it's like all got set up for you and stuff to where it doesn't mess you up anymore. And now we're just sort of like, cause I'm coming back from the being off, right? Like, I basically went down the depression path, right? As the small fiber neuropathy takes over your body and stuff like that. And, you're in pain constantly and shit starts to ache as you get older on top of that, right? It's depression central. And then a couple of years ago, more than a couple now,
I sort of said, fuck it, right? Like the switch went off, the biological switch. I always tell people, if you're like if you're in a trench and you hear the artillery shell whistling down above your head, there's a whole bunch of stuff you're willing to say to your compatriots in the trench at that point. There's a very literal biological switch that goes off in your head when you realize your mortality in that way. You're just like, oh, fuck it. Like nothing matters at this
all or
point.
nothing.
Yeah. And that switch went off in my head a few years ago. And so that's what started the podcasting. That started with talking on, and that's eventually it just sort of evolved and we had to transfer over to Twitch and stuff like that. Right. We got our start here like early last year. But, it's like, yeah, screw it. What do I have to fucking lose? I take the safety precautions. My mom was a nurse, right? I know I know what to look for. I'm not a dumb. I can do my own research and, study up and that sort of thing and do my own cost benefit risk analyses and go from there. So yeah, if you've ever got it as something that you're like, hey, well, I've always wanted to try this and see, or have someone try this and see, throw it my way. Call Kai. We'll talk about it.
Well, I think the key part for you is the fact that you have a medical professional guiding you, monitoring your levels, figuring out like how to shift you into this way or that way in comparison to some people who are just willy-nilly going to supplements or, just going by some gym rat guiding them to doing something that may or may not be beneficial towards their goals.
That started pretty young. My first iteration or my first introduction was FICAL, Phenethylamines I Have Known and Loved by Alexander Shulgin, which for a 13 and a half year old to be reading that text and then taking it on board. Like I tell people, I started my psychopharmacological studies at age 14, right? Like before I started hacking my brain, I wanted to know the science. I wanted to know, risk management. I wanted to know what I need to be looking out for. What does actually qualify as moderation? How do I mitigate some of these long-term effects if there are any of these sorts of things? So I'm comfortable doing that. I've been doing it basically most of my life at this point.
You have to know your hardware before you can write your software.
Exactly. And so, of course, get some fucking labs done. I went to I don't have an endocrinologist doing mine. I have a fucking bougie white people anti-aging lifestyle clinic doing it because I knew who's handing out testosterone without asking too many questions, really. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew, what I needed to deal with. And going to an endocrinologist for that one, they're going to stick to the
guidelines.
To the guidelines so specifically. It's like, well, 526 for somebody who's 38 is actually a little bit above what we may expect to see, and these sorts of things. It's like, look, that's not what I'm here for, right?
Yeah, innovation doesn't necessarily mean safety on all accounts and stuff. And since you're a willing participant and you have very specific needs and background and stuff, then like people like you is really where innovations in these kind of fields thrive, because you're willing to be part of it. You have your own specific scenario needs, testing, like things that go into it that really give a lot of levels and depth and stuff to it that we need in the field. But if it was a study, you wouldn't be qualified to be a part of it.
Oh yeah,
because of all your predispositions and stuff. So someone who's not so scientifically bound is able to see where it can go.
Can get some progress made.
You versus other people who are kind of generic.
Yeah. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that some of the bro science people, if you know how to separate your wheat from your chaff, if you're scientifically literate as well as medically literate, some of the most exciting stuff is being done by the bro science people. 100%.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have known about breaking up my dosage cycle to dial back aromatization into estradiol if it weren't for the weightlifters.
Yeah.
That's them. That's the fucking gym rat weightlifter bro science crowd that figured that shit out. and I stand on their shoulders.
Yeah. As much as any scientific person likes to be like, anyone who goes against like what we have regulated and stuff isn't good and stuff, we still very much stand on the shoulders of the people who broke out of the box, did what wasn't necessarily recommended, what could be potentially harmful, and figured out from their reactions and their displayed observations and stuff to see what the reactions are of certain things and stuff. The hardest part is really getting an accurate representation of the amount of things and the actual like qualitative things to measure to see what is and what isn't relevant to a particular substance that's used or not and stuff.
Yeah, I tell people, like, I've been unequivocal on this matter. Like, if you're male and over like 35, go see your doctor and talk about testosterone. Best decision I've made this year. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I mentioned that to my husband, and he was slightly defensive about it. But I was like, no, it's a scientific thing.
Yeah.
It's because he's 39 now,
Oh, yeah.
and he hasn't gone to the doctor for it yet. But I'll probably mention it again to him soon.
I tell people also, because I have a bunch of fucking youngins in my community, goddamn babies, that if you're 18 or 21, go get your testosterone levels checked. Go get an endocrine, get a hormone panel done.
Then you know a baseline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. I had my testosterone checked when I was maybe 23, I think was the earliest I had an endocrinological hormone panel done on me. So I'm familiar what I look like around those years. And I tend to be a little high on my testosterone anyway. So yeah, we're going to shoot for the 1100. Like that's the goal. We're not going to do it in one single push, but if we can bring this next cycle up to say like 900s, and then we know where we are, we can, push it up into that 1,000 territory and give us a little buffer in between the 1100 where he's comfortable playing around with. So we're going to see what that can do in somebody who is my age and willing to put in the work. And that's the other thing. You can't just fucking start shooting yourself up with testosterone if you're not going to put in the work. Like,
Yeah.
there's other stuff you got to do.
Just like people who are like super into creatine. It's like, what are you doing if you're not really working it?
Yeah.
And making the most of it because you're just bloating yourself and stressing your systems out for the consumption. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, Krusty Dad, Pops. That's Pops' new account. Pops. Fuck, I'm telling you, your wife may hate you for it though. One of the first things I noticed was the libido shot up. It's for real.
Hey, if the guy's into giving good enough floor play, I don't think the wife will dislike it at all.
Pops is in the 60s territory as far as age range goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So wife may be over it. I don't know. But
that's an interesting thing. My mom had admitted that when she got through menopause, she wasn't interested in sexual stuff as much anymore, and she used to be really, really into it. So she was kind of glad when my dad didn't care as much anymore. So yeah, that's an interesting thing.
Turd, there's a point of diminishing returns on that, but in fact, masturbation does have an effect upon testosterone production. That is true, but exercise would do you better. Just go and work out. That would do a lot better for it.
The muscle mass, the pounds per muscle mass, like how many pounds of muscle mass you have will produce a certain amount of testosterone. The same goes for the amount of fat that you have on your body will also produce estrogen in your body. So if you have a good ratio of fat versus, muscle versus fat, and or you are continuing to increase your muscle, then your testosterone production will continue to increase. So masturbation will amplify for like an acute response, but for a chronic long-term testosterone amplification, you'll definitely need to focus on resistance training and building up muscle in order to accomplish anything that you're really trying to go for.
I know there is something that I want to ask you. Does more fat than muscle increase estrogen? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it really does. Asymmetric imbalances. Left bicep, left arm is smaller than right arm. My right arm, I always did the majority of my pull with when I was climbing. Left would stabilize and lock, so I could use joint mechanics to lock off my left arm. And then I would do the majority of the pulls with my right. So I have an imbalance in my arm sizes. Literally just work out more sets, more reps.
Yeah, it has to do with fast twitch versus slow twitch prioritization of your neurological system. And so when you prioritize your like small motor movements versus powerful movements, then usually your muscles tend to shrink, but the cells are still there. They're not so bulky. And so they're able to do the fine motor movements and make those tiny little decisions for you, while you leave your other arm, typically that the non-dominant arm, typically has more bulk to it because you're not demanding so many neurological movements from it. And so that's a typical what will happen is that your whatever dominant arm will be slightly smaller than the other one, but the power and abilities will be the same.
Okay. So how would I go about correcting the aesthetics of that?
Probably putting more weight on your dominant arm while doing the same amount of reps, just doing slightly more weight,
Okay.
or the reverse of that, where it's like a slightly less
Okay.
slightly
That's
less weight and more reps on your less dominant arm.
okay. All right. That's okay. So yeah, rather than increase reps and sets, increase weight, but keep them balanced. All right.
Yeah. And then within an increase, the rule of thumb is 10%. So if you want to increase your reps, you do that by 10%, or you do the weight by 10% on a weekly progression in order to maximize your progress.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's just one of those things. Like this time around, like there's only a few people in community that have ever seen those photos, but I have photos. Like Kat has seen them, Mead has seen them, and Curio has seen them of me back when I was coming out of being in shape. Right, like this is definitely a time period where I was starting to be sedentary, but still carrying some of it, and I was fucking shredded. Right, but a lot of it was core, a lot of it was aesthetic of this looking good as a gay man, right? But I never really,
So stereotypical.
yeah, right. But I never really bulked very much because I was a climber amongst other things, and skydiving, climbing, like these things, extra weight doesn't do you well.
Well, plus you seem like you're ectomorphic, so even if you try to gain bulk,
I'm a
kinda limited.
hard gainer. I'm hitting macros now that I didn't hit when I was 18 or 16. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's typical. Males typically don't get the full bone density and bulk until they're 25, and so that's typically when like that's why muscle builders are people who are in competition. Those who are in their 20s versus the guys who are in their 30s. The guys who are in their 30s usually can get way better look and bulk than guys who are like 22 because just of their frame and the way that the biological system works.
Interesting. Yeah, and so that's sort of the direction I'm headed for this run, is for the first time in my life add a little mass. to, you know, throw some muscle on the bones, as it were. Before, it was always like, okay, like I need what I need to do climbing and to do like whitewater and stuff like that and to do running, right? But then it was just like 0% body fat, right? Just a little Twinkie dude. Like anything I did just showed. Right. Like it was, you know, if I lift a weight today, you're going to see it today sort of thing. There's nothing there. It's ever so apparent. But this time around, I'm focusing less on like, hey, I don't necessarily need an 8-pack on my stomach, but you know what I would like? I would like some actual more muscle, like to the extent of like aesthetically noticeable. And so that's sort of what I'm shooting for at this point. Let's see. As a male, what does it mean when your body tends to carry more than average fat in the chest area, even when not overweight? Says Eyeball.
Sometimes it just has to do with like the fat distribution. Because the thing with fat cells is that they're all over the place, and as they grow, they multiply, they expand, replicate or whatever. And so the more fat that you gain, the more that they bulge up, and then they split, and then you have more fat cells. When you lose weight, you still have the same exact amount of fat cells. They just shrink. The only way to actually get rid of the fat cells themselves is through surgical removal. And so it becomes really complicated once you start having fluctuations of weight, because your fat cells will be there, and then once they are there and they divide and become more prosperous, then as you may make them shrink, you lose the weight, but when you gain the weight back, all those cells that divided are all still there, and then they slowly increase in their size, and then they make it even more dramatic each time. And that's where American society with the yo-yo dieting and like, oh, summer fitness and oh, winter, we're going to go ahead and eat all we want. There's a lot of complication with our fat cells and how much they replicate. And as we grow older, our metabolism generally slows, and it's harder to rebound back from all that weight gain that we get through through the winter, and to try to get into like summer bods. And so it's really complicated with that. And then with it putting into the pec area, it's harder to distinguish, but there's no way to sight diminish anything, like like the targeting an area, like I'm gonna do a bunch of push-ups.
Yeah, that's
eventually
definitely a thing people need to understand.
That's a myth. It's never gonna happen.
No site-specific exercise or diets, folks.
Overall fitness to be able to try to minimize those cells production. I don't really have any advice as to how to reduce it overall to make it like a better experience, but the main thing is to try to not have that bad cycle of gaining weight and thinking that you can just lose it easily and rebound back from it.
And FYI, there is one other option that I'm aware of as far as short of liposuction. There is also lipocryolysis.
The freezing thing. Yeah, that's a newer technology that I'm not as familiar with. I got my degree in 2016, so those newer developments weren't put into my educational repertoire.
It works, but there is a side effect that is kind of fucked that doesn't get talked about a lot. It's called the butter effect. It's got a technical name, but basically 3 or 4 months after you have the lipocryolysis, the fat gets hard and bunches up underneath the dermal layer. And so it looks like you have a stick of butter underneath your skin. And that has to be surgically removed.
Wow.
It happens in a percentage of the patients. Yeah.
So like people thought cottage cheese was bad, but damn.
Yeah, it's like maybe 1 or 2% of those that have it, but it's not an insignificant statistical number. And so, yeah, lipocryolysis is a thing. Cool Sculpting is the brand name. You'll see this shit advertised. Cool Sculpting, freeze the fat away. It works for most people. It works best, from what I understand, having talked to a few technicians and a few providers of it. It works best for people who are already working out. If you have like a 6-pack and you've got a small layer of fat that's obscuring it, it will work wonders for you. If you go in because you're already 350 pounds and you're like, I can get rid of some fat, it will do nothing for you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No wonder it wasn't really talked about much, because I knew it existed. I kind of heard of it, but they're like, well, but we don't touch on that because that's like a whole new thing. And yeah, that totally makes sense that would be the case, because from what the only cases I've heard of it was from like elite athletes doing it.
Yeah.
That were like, yay, happy, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you go in because you're like, trying to lose those holiday pounds and shit like that, don't even risk it. It's not worth it. But if you're looking to like, enhance your modeling contract because you want your 8-pack to show through a little bit better and your obliques are being obfuscated by a small layer of fat, then okay, go talk to somebody. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, only it's an expensive thing too. So it's like you might as well, like, if you're an elite person who needs it for that kind of thing, then that makes sense. But if you're just some average person, and you might as well just risk the issues of liposuction if that's really what you're going for.
Yeah.
There's issues with the bursting of blood vessels and therefore having scarring and this and that and whatever. But if you really have that excess of fat tissue, then liposuction might as well be a thing for you.
Ninten Mav, I'm also an ectomorph twink who can never gain much weight. I don't care about being buff, but I do wish I could gain a little more easily. Look, the only thing that may come to your rescue is aging. Some people's metabolism slows down. I've run this gauntlet. Right? Oh, well, when you turn 16, don't worry about it. When you turn 18, don't worry about it. When you turn 21, when you turn 25, when you turn 30, when you approach 40, it will, you know what? Sedentary. Sitting on my ass all day takes 2,000 calories for me to maintain. Okay? That's what maintenance looks like for Kai, is 2,000 calories. If I didn't get out of bed tomorrow, I need 2,000 calories to maintain my weight. So it may not ever get easier for you. Maybe age will help you out a little bit and slow that metabolism down, or maybe it won't.
Yeah, and I just gotta say, if you have any form of diabetes in your family history, definitely be careful, because one of my uncles, he's super ectomorphic, super skinny his whole life, and now he finally gains weight, and he's not obese or anything, but he has diabetes. So you got to be careful about what you're eating and how your insulin intake and stuff will be affected and stuff, because some people are like, oh, I'm so ectomorphic and skinny that I don't need to work out, so I'll eat all the sugar and stuff I want, and because I've been trying to gain weight, and then they end up burning out their pancreas, or their insulin sensitivity is super diminished, and they end up kind of messing their systems up and giving themselves an issue later on, depending on their predisposition to those things. Just gotta throw that out there.
Oh, there it is. Paradoxical adipose hyperplasia. Yes, Rabbit. That is the side effect of cryolipolysis for some people. Yep. It's technical terms. And let's see, being vegan, I lose tons of weight. Plus I get to lord my moral superiority over people. That is true, turd. Whether, Kai, what you're saying is some of the cheapest medical industries are in the meathead world. I mean, for American comparisons, again, not medical advice. Yeah, actually, I spent almost $500 on my cycle of BPC and TB. But given I was headed down the orthopedic rehab, we'll revisit it in a few months. Maybe we have to do laparoscopic sort of territory. Yeah, you know what? That's a lot cheaper. It's a lot fucking cheaper. And it got me back active within a few weeks as opposed to that other route. So yeah, there are some advantages to being familiar with this sort of like meathead world, for sure. They're playing around with compounds and ideas and procedures and methods that high tier athleticism is basically the same as racing cars. Right? The technologies that Mercedes and Ferrari are putting in their cars, their race cars today, in 10 to 15 to 20 years time will make it into your Toyota Camry. That's how athletic, that's how the athletic world is for a lot of medical procedures. The stuff that LeBron James is doing to recover right now may actually eventually end up in surgical recovery suites. That's very much the pipeline that works. So if you want to pay attention to what you can do and what's capable and what some people are doing, yeah, you pay attention to the high tier athletes. What are they up to?
Yeah, like what Kobe Bryant was doing to deal with his ankle injuries. We were implementing that in our athletic training in college to those athletes and stuff that were doing the exact same issues, trying to help expedite them so that way when they went up to a higher level that they were able to perform to that degree.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've done hyperbaric chambers. What's your opinion on the cryotherapy?
The cryotherapy for the fat tissue stuff or the
No, not cryolipolysis, but actual cryotherapy.
Cryotherapy is good as long as it's not like a crutch. Because sometimes people have been trying to push to that towards to like, oh, I'm not feeling good and I'm feeling a little inflammation and stuff, so I'm like go into that. But I think that just doing like an ice bath will do like the same thing, but it's not as a big of a shock to your system. So I think there's going to be a lot of research overall in the next few years about the comparison between doing something more simple like an ice bath versus doing the cryotherapy, which is more intensive, because it's something that can be for like a shorter period of time. And so that's kind of like a nice thing for people who are like, oh, I don't want to have to do this therapy a lot. Or if there's the change between the hot and the cold, which is what I was emphasizing with the Kobe Bryant reference, because he would do heat, and then he would put his foot and like his ankle in a ice bath for a while, and then he would do more heat therapy, and he would do a fluctuation of that for like a long period of time every day to try to help expedite his recovery. So yeah, it's really complicated, and my main concern is the rapid aspect of it, and what our actual body cells can regulate and handle without being too stimulated and shocked and end up shutting down.
Yeah,
it's a complicated kind of thing with it. But I think honestly, ice baths or anything that has just regular ice can do most anything. And then if you're an elitist, maybe cryo things might be relevant. But I think if you're just an average Joe, anything more than ice is a little extreme.
For those of you in chat wondering what we were talking about, cryotherapy isn't specifically what cryotherapy technically could and should be classified. Ice baths should be classified as cryotherapy, right? Anything that utilizes cold cryotherapy. All right, that's the sort of thing. But that's not what I'm referencing, and Crystal knows the shorthand we're talking about here. We're talking about liquid nitrogen cooled air containers, basically, that you step into that cool the surrounding air to negative 250 degrees or thereabouts. and you step into them. Ice baths only get down to, 34, 36 degrees usually, that sort of territory, unless you start introducing salt, in which you can pull the temperature down a little further even. But the experience,
But that's super uncomfortable, so no one wants that.
but the experience is worlds apart. Anybody who's ever done an ice bath knows exactly how miserable they are. But 5 minutes in a cryo chamber is really achievable and not that big a deal. It's really not that uncomfortable, but you're still achieving maybe the same end effects. I haven't seen any significant studies that show me whether the ice bath versus the cryotherapy chamber are achieving the same thing.
Yeah, it's really complicated to try to do studies on that kind of thing because each person is different. And then even if you use the same person and use different treatments, then each different day of workout is kind of different because we adapt after each day. And so it's a really hard thing to try to compare and contrast in a really quantitative way that makes sense to be definitive.
Yeah, and yeah, Rabbit's spot on. It's like cars in another way. What gets a normal car up to a fast car is roughly 10% of what it takes to get a fast car to a faster car.
Yeah, and how much gasoline are you expending to even produce that speed or to get to that location? So so many micro details.
And Cassidy, who used to be a Tough Mudder. Oh yeah, we've got a few of
Respect.
We got a few stupid people in my community. Weekend
what? Warriors.
How can I beat the shit out of my body today? Let's find a way. Cassie used
I respect Tough Mudders.
Oh yeah, my trainer right now is a Spartan racer.
Nice.
Cassie used to do ice baths every day after practice.
Yeah. Yeah, ice baths are no joke, and they are really helpful. I remember one girl in high school, she had an ankle problem, and she would cry every time that she had to do her ice bath for her ankle. And there was another girl who had a knee problem, so she had to stand in there and do her whole leg, even though it was only her knee. And she said nothing. And then I eventually had an ankle problem, and I had to do my ice bath, and I was laughing at the girl who kept crying about it because I was like, "Why are you crying? This other girl's down to her knee. I'm doing my ankle too. Why are you crying?" It was so funny.
Cassidy threw up the list: soccer, softball, lacrosse, and competitive cheer for 18 years, and then Tough Mudder.
Nice. I was soccer for over 20 years, so that's my only real sport. So yeah.
Which, by the way, the one out of that list I respect the most is the competitive cheer. People have
thrown up a lot. Yeah.
People have no idea how dangerous it is. They have no conceptualization. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The most athletic out of all of those is probably the competitive cheer. And it's the one with the least safety procedures involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like, we have some padding. Good luck.
No, Rabbit, I'm not going to grief Cass for lacrosse. Yes, double standard. It's only because you're indigenous that I griefed you for lacrosse.
Yeah, see, my school didn't have lacrosse. So I remember us soccer girls debating what other sport was as intense as ours. And the only agreement we had was water polo.
Yeah.
Because they punch each other and shit underwater.
We don't use none of that fancy padding. Exactly, Rabbit. Yeah, I wasn't into the team sports ball stuff. I played soccer growing up because I grew up in New England, and you grow up playing soccer, right?
You have to.
Yeah. I also, being a Vermonter by birth, you grow up on skis, right? This is pre-snowboarding, really. Snowboarding snowboarding was still at that time segregated to its own areas if you could get snowboarding on the slopes.
Johnny Tsunami.
There you go. That came a few years later for sure. So I grew up, playing soccer, and then, of course, skiing to a huge extent. You grow up on skis, depending on where you live in Vermont. And, from there, it was just, all right, how can I hurt myself doing stupid shit? Rock climbing, rappelling, whitewater rafting, skydiving. If there was a high thing that you could point me to that I could jump off of, I'd jump off of it. Yeah. And of course I was running the entire fucking time. I ran and ran and ran and ran. Oh shit. Has everybody seen that fucking high schooler? Holy shit. He ran a 3:36 1500.
What?
Yes. And I know this is going to sound really this is a thing. I'm sorry. We're going to cross this line. He's a skinny little white dude. Okay? He looks like a 15-year-old version of me. He ran a 3:36 1500.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Like,
I remember one of our guys in high school. He did a 4:05 mile, and we were amazed. But that shit is still.
he's apparently a very competent rock climber as well. There's two different sports that are looking at him for great things in the future: rock climbing and running. Both of them are like, this dude's got serious potential. So, yeah, what
Well,
hydraulic?
what's nice is that his muscle skills are totally segregated. Because rock climbing is mostly hands. It doesn't really involve really the bottom part of your body isn't as important, and then vice versa. So he actually has more potential of doing both for a longer period of time than most athletes have the opportunity to do.
Here you go, everybody. If you want to see this kid, here he is. His name is Hobbs Kessler. So yes, we will be able to make Kessler run jokes as a result of this. Yeah. On Saturday, May 29th at the Portland Track Festival. I'm sorry. I was, okay. Yeah. It was, holy shit. Yeah. I may have been off by a couple of seconds here. It's even lower. Holy shit. All right. I really just wanted to make the trials, Kessler told Oregon Live after the historic event in Portland, Oregon. I thought 3:36 at best. Started the race at the middle of the pack, used the momentum of the two pace setters, brought the field through the first 400 meters in about 54 seconds. I just 3:33.64 was his time.
Damn.
Yeah. He's number 16 in the world.
We'll see how he ranks after a few years.
Exactly. And I mean, he's already he's already considered an elite rock climber. He's already signed for multiple things for that. But his running coach is Ron Warhurst, who is a longtime coach of Olympic medalists. All right, you can see the path this dude is taking. But yes, he is working on a level that most of us can't even comprehend. I couldn't imagine putting up a 3:33 in 1500 in high school. For those of us that know sport and know running and shit like that, I can't even begin
Track specifically.
I can't even begin to convey to you how insane these numbers are. And especially for a scrawny little white dude, in high school, right? Like he shouldn't even. He's kicking the
Well-
shit out of collegiate athletes at those numbers, right?
Usually, the scrawnier the better in track.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's the rock climbing thing. He's got the same thing that I always had. Like every single ounce, I have to move.
Is power.
Yeah, like it's also diminishing returns. Like I have to carry this shit. I have to haul it as well. So there's a balance that you find, and this motherfucker found it. I mean, mad
I'm always
props.
curious to people like that and how their muscle fiber, like, because there's fast twitch and slow twitch, and people generally are like 50-50, and then with your training you can kind of shift it a little bit, but a lot of people have like genetic predispositions to certain like ways in which their body is able to perform. And like the people who are like the most elite cyclists and runners, they usually have predominantly like 90% slow twitch versus the fast twitch muscle fibers in their legs and stuff. So I'm always really curious as to how people are able to shift it, or whether they're predispositioned to it.
Yeah, I think he's probably got the oh god, his name just escaped me. Who's the fucking swimmer?
Michael Phelps?
Phelps. I think he's probably got that Phelps syndrome going on. Like just a genetic predisposition plus early childhood training plus a series of really, really lucky shit. Like the perfect package sort of situation. But
Because like there used to be, the only way to test that is to actually puncture the muscle.
you have to
and
biopsy
take out
it.
pieces of it.
Yep.
And then test it that way. Nowadays they have a way where there's certain a machine where you strap your leg or your arm or whatever into it, and then they do like a certain testing of resistance and how much you're able to produce the resistance in comparison to what it's like putting against you. Then you can calculate the ratio in which you already
Interesting.
have.
I didn't know that
Which
was a thing.
I was lucky enough to do that myself, and so I had 60% of the slow twitch and the 40% fast twitch, which was really went well with my soccer career, because we have to run miles and miles and
90s.
miles. per
90
game,
minutes,
but
just
you still have to go
run.
fast. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that there was a non-invasive test for slow twitch versus fast twitch. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a newer one that they had developed whenever I was going back in 2015. So I was like, I was the human performance lab director at my college, and so I was able to get access to doing more testing on myself than typical people.
Interesting. And yeah, Rabbit, that's why you don't trust runners. 90 pounds soaking wet, clear out the pizza buffet. Runners are not to be trusted. I'm telling you, yeah, and Cassidy was right there with me. Like when you initially said those numbers, my jaw dropped because my dad was a track coach and went to university on a track scholarship. No, I'm telling you, this kid is going to be setting, like if he doesn't blow out his knee or tear an ACL or something else, we're going to be hearing more about him for sure.
Yeah, like I did distance running in track because I was a soccer player, so it was like an easy thing to transition into. And my best mile time was 6:32.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I
Which is
still
good for a girl, but I mean, damn.
Yeah, that's in my mile time. Like I wasn't, I never put up any fucking records or anything. I mean, fucking a 3:33. Jesus fuck me. At a 1500. I can't even. Holy shit, he's just a little blur going by at that speed.
Yeah, and it's funny because like 1500s aren't even like a real length. That's only for hurdles. So it's weird.
Kai, hey Kai, I don't know if this is the proper forum for this, but I'm kind of new to the anarchist and further left ideological space. In regards to the anarchist or ANCOM transition from capitalist policing, oh, you don't have to worry about that anytime soon, to community outreach. How would that intermediary period be handled, i.e. abolishing police and having to deal with the more violent members of society like school shooters or the like? Well, you can tell where they're coming from. I know it sounds really dumb, but I mean, don't do that to yourself. Jace, a disgrace. Don't do that to yourself. I don't like it when people call themselves dumb and put themselves down and stuff like that.
At most, call yourself ignorant.
It's self-reinforcing. Not a fan. By the way, I just want to say I managed to get rid of 30 people by doing the meathead routine with you, which I'm okay with. I find that leftists.
If anyone has any questions who survived, please let me know. I'm happy to help.
Leftists are especially uncomfortable with that sort of stuff. And it always is like that's the stuff. That's the stuff that makes the difference, though. In like, there's a lot of leftists that run around and LARP as revolutionaries and is insurrectionists and stuff like that. It's like you have no idea the skill sets required to survive something like that. And like, you know, part of that meathead culture, they'll survive. They'll be there on the other side. And so, yeah, like, you know, and the crucible of battle between, you know, physical competition and actual battle and stuff like that. Yeah. Leftists get really uncomfortable talking about, they don't like it and they see it as like anti-intellectual and stuff like that. And it's like, you don't get it, do you? You don't get it.
Interesting. See, I'm new to the anarchy spectrum of things, so I didn't really think about how people might reject the actual physical aspect of it. Because I've always been an athlete and into, you know, body aspects and stuff, but not so focused on it that I disregard everything else. But I never really considered people disregard physical aspects.
I love that because ignoring your body is totes intellectual. Okay, so as to your question, Jace a disgrace. Let's see if we can't pull this apart a little bit to the point where it's a functional question for you, right? I can't speak to the ANCOMs specifically. Like, I don't count myself amongst them. In regards to the anarchists or ANCOM transition from capitalist policing to community outreach, how would that intermediary period be handled? All right, first, clauses all around, different praxis for different places. What works for one area won't necessarily work for another. That is definitely the way that you have to couch most political language. Here, I'll update our category now. I'm going to say that sort of thing.
Which makes it a struggle, always.
Second, chances are it's going to look a lot like a Gorzian, is a French socialist, a Gorzian mutual aid drawdown or back away from society. So first you have to get some distance from society. So we need to stabilize our community structures, education, libraries, health clinics, community gardening, residential housing is a right, this sort of stuff. Until we stabilize our community structure, reducing the nature or reducing the overall policing, changing the nature of it, we're treating symptoms at that point, right? We need to treat the actual root causes of a lot of these problems, right? Poverty being the primary driver behind this, and then lack of access to opportunities, specifically that within educational spaces. Right? This just drives crime. Also, by the way, fucked up families does this too. I know it's something leftists really don't want to talk about because we have a problem with the concept of the nuclear family being a modern iteration and that sort of thing. But foster care is the number one predictor for ending up in the criminal justice system, quote unquote, right? So if you have a bunch of foster kids, that's the number one predictor for them ending up in jail. So you might as well fix that too while you're at it. So you have to fix a lot of these, as the Marxists would call, subsistence and material conditions of your community first. You start addressing those, and then those symptomatic symptomatic treatments that you're doing over on the policing side of community outreach, EMTs and social workers and shrinks as like your first responders rather than a dude with an AR-15 looking to shoot somebody, right? This is going to go a long ways, because the amount that they will have to deal with, the amount that they will have to treat, the amount of interaction they'll have to have within your community will be drawn down. It'll be lesser. So now you can start attacking it from multiple angles. If you take care of these these subsistence and material conditions, hey, Fertus, yeah, it was. We did a whole bunch of stuff, and then Crystal helped me out doing some meathead stuff, which got rid of the riffraff for a little bit, and now we're back into politics for a second. But look, if you don't like talking about that sort of shit, like I respect it, but I gotta tell you, it's worth talking about. So if you start attacking this from sort of an intersectionalist perspective and taking care of those subsistence and material conditions prior to having to deal with the community policing, then the community policing job is a whole lot easier. It's an entirely different ballgame at that point. And if you deal with it that way, then your transitional period will be easier. I think that's all I want to say on that matter, really.
I have a question.
Shoot.
So with the whole the whole thought of defunding the police, right, and how people misconstrue that to being abolish it, my view on it is that we need to shift money into the social workers aspect of it and mental health aspect of it to help the society to not need a physical dominance over people to control them to behave rather, and stuff like that. So I'm just curious as to your thoughts on a shift into better financing, into prioritizing things versus total abolishment.
Yeah, just take part of their budget. It really is as simple as, like, look, we're going to do a quick 1-year study of the police department. You could probably do it in 6 months if you wanted. And we want to see your percent, if you don't already have these numbers at hand, but police departments are reticent to kick down with actual statistics. What you do is you basically say, okay, so what percentage of their first response was unnecessarily conducted by the police? And once you have those numbers, you start basing your budget off that. Look, we need to reduce your budget by 10% because we're going to draw down 25% of your first responder duties, right? And that 10% of your budget is going to now go to social welfare, social workers, psychological workers, whatever, is going to be filling that gap. And you just crunch the numbers. It really isn't complicated as far as that sort of thing goes. You just figure out what percentage estimable percentage of your police response are you going to no longer be using, since you're going to be using a different first responder methodology for that. And then you appropriate that percentage of the budget.
Okay. Because I've been trying to figure out a good way to try to explain to people what my views on what would be a productive way to shift things instead of being such a militarial force of police people and more of a cooperative understanding and working with the community to help actually protect them instead of control them and help with the mental aspect of it, because there's a lot of mental health issues that America as a society completely ignores and pushes to the side, even though that's typically the fundamental issue to a lot of police calls and issues with, our concern of safety.
Exactly. And yeah, Jace, Rabbit hooked you up with the answer there. Yeah, it is more of a gradual thing. But yeah, as Rabbit pointed out, there's a shit ton of complicated stuff that happens behind the scenes. No, Zealot, it's different lighting. The lighting is fucked today. My lighting solution has shit the bed and I had to make do. So everything looks different right now. No worries, Jace. And so, yeah, that's sort of how that goes. You just allocate the budget differently. So it's not as complicated as people make it out to be. But I got to tell you, most things in this world aren't as complicated as people make it out to be. The complicated part is convincing people. That's the complicated part of getting anything done. The complicated part is getting your neighbor to fucking actually get on board with this shit. Other than that, most of it's as simple as just changing a line item in a budget and then telling somebody not to answer the phone.
Yeah. Well, I've had an easy time convincing people that like my idea is a good idea, but they're like, "Well, how the fuck do we like manage to do that?"
Yeah, you
Well,
just you do
It's not that hard.
you do a basic
Really,
study
you
and you figure
basic
out
shit.
yeah, you do a basic study of the police department. You say, hey, we're going to convene a commission and we're going to analyze and study our local metropolitan police department. We're going to try and estimate the percentage of calls in which they are performing outside of their core duties. And we will be conservative in that estimate as to make sure that we don't overstep the bounds and we don't start sending out social workers into situations that they need not be in. And we can always have the cops on call, on call if we need them. But once we have that number, we'll correlate that number to an estimate of what percentage of resources are allocated within the town, city, or regional budget towards the policing organizations, and we will reallocate that portion over to the appropriate groups, be they fire department, be they social workers, whatever. I mean, this is just budget appropriations 101 territory stuff, really.
Yeah, but most people don't understand anything about budgets.
It's true. I mean, this
It makes
is
it really difficult to try to talk to someone on Twitter about
Oh, well,
basic ideas of
that's
like,
problem
what the
number one.
concept of, like, what the because I don't really talk to people face to face very much. I've traveled around so much. I don't have many face to face friends to have, but I try to have legit discussions with people online to try to get clear to them like
Yeah.
what the fuck it makes sense. And people usually just get so headstrong about what currently the system is that they don't want to change anything at all.
And
I was
Rabbit's
trying to figure out a strategy on how to get it through to them.
spot on as usual. Fucking, it's not complex. It's slow. All these Twitter revolutionaries just keep singing the theme to Les Mis, thinking they'll be the guy holding the flag. And so, yeah, it really isn't that complicated. It's just budget allocations, sort of 101 territory. For anybody who's been in sort of a certain level of size organization understands how this would work. It really isn't complicated. If anybody says that, like, well, how are we going to do that? There's literally millions of people all over the globe that understand how to do this process. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
We just need to do it. That's the issue. And so, yeah, convincing your neighbor to get on board with this is a whole other ball game.
Yeah.
Performative
I'm always
activism.
trying to figure out good ways to make it simple for people because most people don't want to think too hard.
Agreed. And it's gonna be a thing. Either way, no matter how you look at it, fucking people, what do you? I mean, you're not 3. You're not new. You've been around the block. You know the deal. Like, you basically have to sell them on it. So yeah, it's not complicated. And anarchists have done this before, and I mean we've done it militarized scale, we've done it policing scale, all these sorts of things. And humanity isn't ready for like mass anarchy. I've never like even I always concede that point. I've never attempted to argue that point with anybody. That like humanity's not ready for some like global anarchistically organized system. We're just not ready for it. We're not evolved enough. Our culture, our society, our intellectual development, our emotional impulse control, we're not ready for it yet. We're growing up, but we're still babies on the scale of species. And
Yeah.
so, you know, I'm just a torchbearer. I'm just a dude who's, you know, taking the torch of an idea set and morphing it and shifting it a little bit as I see fit, and you know, passing the baton on to the next generation, because we just have to keep these ideas alive for when the global milieu, for the global community is ready for it. But in the meantime, anarchistic organizing styles work really great in the small to medium size. You can organize your business this way. You can organize your worker co-op this way. You can organize your locality this way. You can organize your township this way. Like it works just fine at the small and medium size at present. And so you can take these ideas and implement them on the ground today, because let's face it, most of us probably aren't senators or sitting Congress people. So you don't really even have that opportunity. So you might as well concern yourself with the microcosm over the macrocosm for the time being.
There's a book that my husband's like halfway done through reading, but I haven't gotten into it because I'm not a super big reader. But it's called Radicals, and it has like other little titles to it. And it's by Saul, I forget now.
Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky.
Probably. Yep, that sounds right.
You're-
because he was like, this is all about organizing and getting things together and doing stuff. And I was just like, oh my God, it sounds like something I need to read.
Your husband is reading one of my required readings.
Okay, well, I will definitely read that soon then.
It has nothing to do with anarchism. It doesn't really even have a whole lot to do with leftism. Saul Alinsky was a master organizer. He was a master activist. The Catholic Diocese of Chicago used to send priests to him to teach them how to community organize. Saul Alinsky knew how to get shit done. He knew how to get people on the same page and moving in a direction. And he was a master at it. And so I maintain, if you have a thing you want to get done, if you want to be engaged in organization and activism, and you haven't read Saul Alinsky, I don't know what the fuck you're doing then, because you might as well be talking about Christianity and not read the Bible. I don't know like how.
Hey, there's plenty of Christians who do that.
I know, right? And trust me, I criticize them heavily for it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but yeah, it's an amazing book. There's tons of valuable information in it for anybody who wants to learn how to organize, and I recommend it highly to everybody. The problem with Alinsky is that the right-wingers really hate him, because a lot of the people who have studied under Alinsky, either directly or indirectly, are leftists. And Alinsky starts the book with a dedication to Satan. He basically says, it's never far. Where are you? Where's my copy? It's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Let's see. Where is it? Lest we forget. Okay. Yeah. Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical. From all our legends, mythology, and history, and who is to know where mythology leaves off and history begins, or which is even which? The first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom. Lucifer.
That's hilarious. They're like, I admire Lucifer's tenacity, and they're like, "Fuck you."
That freaks a lot of people on the religious right out. The book has an opening dedication to the devil. And
Well, if they believe in the devil, they should understand.
Viva's saying for everyone who doesn't like reading, there is an audiobook version on YouTube that is available.
Oh, good luck. You're looking out.
Wither.
I am a visual learner, but I'm not good at reading comprehension. So I tend to not read that much.
Yeah, and so Wither, I just held it up. Rules for Radicals, Wither. It's so yeah, it freaks a lot of them out, but it is a book filled with super useful information for anybody on any part of the political spectrum, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, your husband's reading a really good book. I recommend it highly. But yeah, if you're an audiobook person, jump on YouTube.
I'm definitely gonna look into that because he's a fiscal conservative who grew up in a super conservative area, but he's very left leaning. So I'm always pushing him a little left all the time about little things, and so it's interesting that he reads way more than me on a lot of different stuff. So I always have a hard time. But I grew up with super democratic parents. My dad was an atheist, my mom was agnostic, and both of them had religious parents but went away from that. And so I was always kind of just free floating into different ways and stuff.
Rev, that is a good point. Crystal, if you're up for it, you and your husband both can take it. It's inevitable. Somebody in my community always puts it up. If you want to take my modified 8 values test, feel free. It's 70 questions long. It's as simple as it's a statement, and it's a high, extremely agree, neutral, disagree, extremely disagree sort of situation. Yeah. But I modified some of the metrics behind the scenes so anarchism can be included and stuff like that, right? But my community members are always curious where somebody lands on that sort of thing. So, and also it's really interesting to note that a lot of people who think they're further right, that they think they're further right on the spectrum, actually are further left than they would think. So always interesting to see. If you want,
that would be interesting.
You can get the command. Just remember !8V. V as in Victor. It'll get it to you. You know what? Hang on. I've got you in chat right now. I will send you a DM with the link so you just have it. There you go.
Is that in Discord?
Yes. I sent it to you on Discord.
Oh. Interesting. You're my first DM in Discord, I guess.
There you go. Hey, Karina, glad you're home. It's been a weird run, Karina. My tip is to get the audiobook somewhere, speed it up till you reach your reading speed, then listen to the audiobook while reading the book. For me, that's always the best way to retain info. Jesus, Viva. I'm fine. I'm fine just reading the book, but you do you. Yeah, Karina, trying. It was a weird. I'll give you the rundown after the show, Karina. It was an interesting show.
All over the place.
A little all over the place, yeah, for sure. But yeah, hang on. About fucking time. There, cue that off. With that, Crystal, thanks for joining me on air. Thanks for doing some meathead talk with me, even if it drove off.
Oh no, it's all good. This is my first time ever talking to anybody, so as long as I gain some valuable information.
Yeah, I value it. And that's really all that matters really at the end of the day as far as content on air goes. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna raid over to Public Loser. Public's good people. You all know I love Public. So we're gonna do that in a second. But yeah, tomorrow's another training day for me, so who knows what I'll look like. It's 2 hours of training plus I come home and usually do some other exercises because I'm an idiot. And so we shall see. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Catch y'all later. Hope you're as well, Scampy. Till next time. And with that, we're